Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Met Aizawa's Overpowered Daughter at UA. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. My name is Aizawa. My father is Shota Aizawa, the hero eraser head, though he is not my biological dad. My mother left me when I was 3 and Aizawa took me in. My mother abandoned me because my quirk manifested early and she was afraid people would come after her. She left me at an orphanage, and when I was 4 a tired-looking man came and adopted me. My quirk is elemental. I can control the 4 classical elements: water, fire, air, and earth. I can also control 2 side elements, turning water to ice and bending metal, but I cannot redirect lightning. The downside is that I can only use 1 side element at a time, which slows me down in combat. My quirk is powerful and dangerous, and many villains want it, but I am determined to become the best hero I can be, just like my father. The first sound I heard when I opened my eyes was my alarm ringing. I reached over, turned it off, and reminded myself that today was the first day at UA High. I took a shower and put on my uniform, brushing my shoulder-length hair and leaving it down. When I walked into the kitchen, I saw my father. I greeted him cheerfully, and he answered in a tired voice, wishing me good morning. We ate breakfast while making small talk about anything I could think of. Because my father taught at the school I was attending, he drove me and I would be one of the first to arrive. When we arrived, only the teachers were there. My father asked whether I wanted to go to the classroom or stay with the other teachers. I said I would go to the classroom but wanted to say hello to Uncle Mike first. We found him at his desk among the other heroes who were my new teachers. After greeting him, I walked toward my homeroom, classroom 1A. I had been accepted into UA based on recommendations. Most people assumed I could only manipulate a single element. No one knew the full extent of my quirk. Now it was time to reveal who I was. The classroom was empty when I walked in. I thought about getting the first pick of desks and chose a seat in the last row, in the front so I could look out the window. As more students arrived, a boy with ash blonde hair took a seat behind me. He did not seem eager to talk and soon put his feet up on the desk. I worried my hair might brush against his shoes. A boy with blue hair and glasses approached him and sharply reprimanded him for disrespecting school property. The blonde responded with a smirk and a rude retort, making it clear he enjoyed provoking people. The boy with glasses introduced himself as Tenya Ida from Semi-Private Academy. The blonde fired back with another hostile line, making it obvious he preferred confrontation. The blonde's attitude made me think he would be difficult to get along with. A boy with green hair then entered, and I found his appearance endearing. I thought his hair looked soft. The boy with glasses hesitated and then greeted the newcomer. The green-haired boy introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya and seemed nervous but polite. Tenya acknowledged Midoriya's perceptiveness and admitted he had misjudged him, then praised him in an awkward, formal way. Midoriya downplayed the compliment, and a girl with brown hair arrived and stood behind him, though I could not hear their conversation clearly. A familiar voice came from the doorway, and everyone instantly went quiet. I recognized my father's tone immediately. He had been organizing his sleeping bag and emerged looking rough around the edges. I stifled a laugh as he declared that their first task would not be making small talk. He identified himself as Shota Aizawa and explained that he would be their teacher. He then produced a physical education uniform from his sleeping bag and instructed everyone to put it on and head outside, demonstrating an unusual but direct approach to beginning class. Out on the field, my father announced that instead of a typical orientation, the students would undergo a quirk assessment test. The class reacted with surprise. A brown-haired girl protested that they would miss orientation, but my father explained that if they wanted to succeed at the highest level, they could not waste time on unnecessary ceremonies. He said UA was not bound by traditions and that he would run his class as he saw fit. He pointed out that the students had been taking standardized tests for most of their lives but had rarely had the chance to use their quirks in a physical exam. He then noted, by way of example from the entrance exam, that Bakugo had scored the highest number of points on the entrance test. The narrator asked the blonde sitting next to her what his farthest softball throw had been in junior high. He responded that it had been 67 meters. She noted to herself that his name was Bakugo. Her father instructed Bakugo to try doing it with his quirk and told everyone to stay in the circle. Bakugo walked into the circle while her father stepped back a little. Her father sounded tired as he urged them to hurry, and Bakugo replied in a bored tone that he would comply. Bakugo swung his arm back and threw the ball, which rose in a trail of controlled explosions. The narrator realized that must be his quirk. Her father held up the measuring device and announced that they needed to know their maximum capabilities to gauge potential as pro heroes. The device recorded a distance of 705 meters, and the narrator thought in astonishment that the boy was incredibly strong. A blonde-haired boy with a black streak reacted with surprise at the 705 meters. A pink girl who was entirely pink said she wanted to try because it looked fun. A black-haired boy in the back row cheered about using quirks freely. The narrator braced herself, expecting her father to start talking about expulsions. Her father adopted a sterner tone and told the class that they had 3 years to become heroes and that it would not be games and playtime. He explained that they would compete in 8 physical tests to gauge potential, and that whoever came in last would be expelled immediately. The class gasped. The narrator had anticipated this reaction. Her father emphasized that he got to decide how the class ran and that anyone who objected could leave now. A student protested that it was unfair to send someone home so quickly, but her father explained that the world was full of unfairness and that being a hero meant trying to combat that. He told them UA would present hardship after hardship for the next 3 years, and urged them to push themselves beyond their limits. He declared the exercises would begin. The first test was a 50-meter dash. A futuristic measuring device announced the start and the times. Ida finished first with a time of 3.04 seconds. The girl who resembled a frog finished in 5.58 seconds. The brown-haired girl and a boy with a tail followed with times of 5.49 and 7.15 seconds, respectively. The pink girl and a boy who sparkled finished next. The boy jumped, a beam emitted from his abdomen briefly, and he fell, finishing in 5.51 seconds while the pink girl passed him. Midoriya and Bakugo ran after them. Bakugo used his quirk to finish first among them with 4.13 seconds, and Midoriya finished in 7.92 seconds. When it was the narrator's turn, she faced a tall black-haired girl and thought that the girl was very pretty. The starting signal sounded, and the narrator used her air-based quirk to lift and propel herself down the track. The device recorded a time of 2.36 seconds, and the narrator wiped dirt off her shoulder, pleased with her speed. The second test measured grip strength. The narrator admitted she might not be the strongest overall but was proficient in close combat. She gripped the device and it registered 235 kilograms, which she thought was respectable. A black-haired boy later hit 540 kilograms, drawing admiration from the others. A very short boy with small round protrusions on his head made a joking comparison. The next test was a jumping exercise. The narrator used her air quirk to launch herself farther than expected and looked back to find her father and the rest of the class out of view. Realizing she had gone too far, she used the air to return. The classmates watched in awe, though Bakugo looked annoyed. Her father told her she had done well and walked away to prepare the next test. The students murmured that they were surprised her father had not scolded her for wasting time the way he had scolded others. The narrator introduced herself as my Aizawa, and the class reacted with surprise and interest at the revelation that she was his daughter. The next exercise was repetitive side steps. That was followed by the ball throw, which the narrator favored. She used air to extend the ball's flight and achieved a distance of 802 meters. Then the brown-haired girl threw and, to the narrator's astonishment, the ball seemed to travel indefinitely. The narrator could only marvel at how that was possible. When Midoriya threw, his attempt fell back down and registered only 46 meters. The narrator looked to her father and saw his hair lift and his eyes flash red as he stared at Midoriya. The narrator realized her father must have interfered with Midoriya's quirk. Midoriya protested that he had been trying to use it, and her father told him that he had erased his power because the judges for the exam had not been rational enough and because someone like him should not be allowed to enroll at the school. The narrator felt conflicted. She loved her father but believed this was unfair to someone who aspired to be a hero like everyone else. Someone in the class recognized the narrator's father by his goggles and identified him as the erasure hero, Eraserhead, who could cancel other people's powers. The rest of the class reacted with varying degrees of recognition and curiosity. The narrator found the situation almost laughable because, despite his strength, her father was not particularly popular in the media. A student from the back said they had heard he kept a low profile, and another noted that her father disliked media attention and heroes who chased popularity. Her father told Midoriya that he was not ready and did not have control over his power. My father accused Midoriya of planning to break his bones again and of counting on someone else to save his useless body. Midoriya protested that this was not his intention. My father used his capture scarf to pull Midoriya closer and bind him briefly. He told Midoriya that, no matter his intentions, he would be nothing more than a liability in battle, and that his reckless passion reminded him of another overzealous hero who had become a legend by saving 1,000 people. My father added that even with such drive, a person was worthless if they could only throw a single punch before breaking down, and that with Midoriya's power there was no way he could become a hero. He released Midoriya and said he had returned the impractical quirk, telling him to take his final throw. I stepped toward my father as he walked away from Midoriya and told him that what he had said had been rude. My father replied that Midoriya needed to learn the hard truth. If he broke his arms with a single punch, there was no way he could be a hero, and unlike me, he had not had proper training. I insisted that the point of having Midoriya there was for training, that perhaps after training he would stop breaking his arms. My father only said they would see if he could make it to more training. Midoriya threw the ball. I noticed on my father's phone that the distance read 705 meters, which impressed me considering how badly Midoriya's hand looked. Midoriya told Mr. Aizawa that he was still standing, gripping his arm, and my father muttered under his breath. The blond boy with a dark streak in his hair exclaimed that Midoriya had thrown it over 700 meters. The brown-haired girl said he was finally showing his true power. The boy in glasses observed that Midoriya's finger appeared to be broken again and called the quirk very odd. The sparkling boy commented that the throw had not been very pretty. I looked at Bakugo and felt the instant intensity of his reaction. He stared at Midoriya in shock, and his anger flared, his quirk beginning to activate. Bakugo shouted, demanding to know how Midoriya had done it and threatening consequences if Midoriya did not explain. My father used his scarf to grab Bakugo and told him to stand down, explaining that the scarf was a capture weapon made of carbon fiber and a special metal alloy. He warned everyone that making him use his quirk so much caused him serious dry eye, which made him reluctant to overuse it. The class responded together that the power was amazing. My father told them they were wasting his time and motioned for the next person to step up. Midoriya backed away and then walked nervously toward the rest of the class. I went over to Midoriya and, noting his wrapped finger, asked if he was okay. He blushed but insisted he was fine. I offered to take a look, and he handed his hand to me. I examined the injured finger, then used a gentle cooling touch to numb it. I wrapped a bandage from my pocket around it and told him that it would not heal him but should help numb the pain. Midoriya thanked me, still blushing, and I let go of his hand with a warm smile, saying not to worry and offering reassurance. Even with the numbing and the bandage, it was clear the finger still hurt. After the tests were over, I noticed Midoriya collapse to the ground, breathless. I laughed quietly at the scene, unable to help a small, embarrassed smile at the situation. My father announced that it was time to give the results and that he had ranked everyone from best to worst. He said there was no need to go over each individual score and pulled up the list on the screen. I tapped Midoriya on the shoulder and promised him he would not be going home today, despite his nervousness. When he asked how I could be so sure, I told him to trust me. The projected rankings displayed the students in order. First, my Aizawa. Second, Momo Yaoyorozu. Third, Shoto Todoroki. Fourth, Katsuki Bakugo. Fifth, Tenya Ida. Sixth, Fumikage Tokoyami. 7th, Mizo Shoji. 8th, Mashireo Ojiro. 9th, Eijiro Kirishima. 10th, Mina Ishido. 11th, Achiko Uraraka. 12th, Koji Koda. 13th, Rikido Sato. 14th, Tsuyu Azui. 15th, Yugo Oyama. 16th, Hantasiro. 17th, Denki Kaminari. 18th, Kyokujiro. 19th, Minoru Mineta. 20th, Izuku Midoriya. I felt a mix of pride at being first and sympathy that Midoriya had placed last. Midoriya kept his head down, clearly upset and still holding his wrapped finger. My father switched off the screen and admitted that no one was going home. The threat had been a bluff to push everyone to perform their best. The class reacted in stunned silence, and I tried not to laugh, but a few chuckles escaped me. My father called the bluff a rational deception meant to motivate the students. Momo Yaoyorozu apologized for not realizing sooner, and I admitted I could have said something too, noting with a small, innocent grin that my father had done this before and deserved a little credit for his methods. With that, my father dismissed the class for the day and instructed everyone to pick up a syllabus in the classroom. Dad told them to read it over before tomorrow morning and left. My Aizawa told Midoriya that he would not be going home that day, and Midoriya sighed in relief. Midoriya admitted he should have believed her, with a hint of embarrassment. Mai reassured him and suggested taking him to the nurse's office. Midoriya agreed, blushing as Mai took his hand and led him to Recovery Girl. After leaving Midoriya at the nurse's office, Mai changed into her uniform and waited outside. She noticed Midoriya walk out of the building slowly. He seemed tired from his recovery. Mai approached and gently tapped his shoulder, asking if he was okay and leaning in slightly to hear him better. Midoriya stammered that he was fine, face flushed as he scratched the back of his neck. A hand touched Mai's arm and she turned to see Tenya Ida. Mai greeted Ida and asked how he was. Ida said he was alright and asked Midoriya about his broken finger. Midoriya responded that it was doing fine thanks to Mai and Recovery Girl. They began walking away from the school, though Mai would have to return later for her father. Ida expressed concern about Mr. Aizawa's approach to class, no offense intended. Mai told him none was taken. Ida continued that he trusted the school's judgment. UA was the top program but insisted that lying was unacceptable. Mai agreed with him. A voice called from behind and they turned to see Achiko Uraraka running toward them. Uraraka introduced herself, named Mai and Ida, and asked if Midoriya went by the nickname Deku. She recalled that Bakugo had called him Deku during the fitness test and had used an insulting tone. Midoriya explained that his given name was Izuku and that Deku was what Bakugo used to mock him. Ida commented that such behavior was unsportsmanlike. Uraraka apologized for not realizing. Mai said she actually liked the name Deku and thought it could make a good hero name. Midoriya blushed and accepted the nickname. Ida questioned how quickly Mai had changed her opinion, and Midoriya turned away, covering his face with his hands and joking dramatically that his whole world was upside down. Mai and Uraraka reacted in surprise. Mai said it had been nice meeting everyone but that she needed to find her father, and she ruffled Midoriya's hair in a friendly gesture. They all said goodbye, and Midoriya mumbled his farewell. Mai walked back inside smiling, pleased to have made new friends. The next day at lunch, Mai approached Midoriya, Uraraka, and Ida. As she came closer she saw Lunch Rush talking with them and noticed Midoriya looking nervous as usual. Mai asked if she could sit with them, and Midoriya stammered his agreement. Mai remarked that English class had been a bit boring, and Ida insisted that classes were never boring, waving his hands energetically. Mai responded to Ida with a hint of sarcasm. They continued talking and eating, but every time Mai looked at Midoriya or asked him a question, he avoided eye contact and mumbled with his face turning red. Mai wondered if she had done something wrong. After lunch it was time for hero basic training. All Might announced his arrival in his booming style, and the class grew excited. Some students gasped in disbelief. Denki Kaminari expressed amazement that All Might was really there, and Eijiro Kirishima declared that having All Might as a teacher would make the year awesome. Tsuyu Azui asked if All Might was wearing his classic costume. All Might walked to the front and welcomed the class to the most important course at UA High, comparing it to Hiroenju 101. He said they would learn the basics of being a pro and what it meant to fight for good, and he flexed for emphasis. All Might added that today's lesson would be no holds barred. Katsuki Bakugo shouted that it meant fight training, his expression fierce. Midoriya asked nervously if it would be real combat. All Might emphasized that part of being a hero was looking the part, and when he pointed to a wall, panels slid away to reveal individual hero costumes. He explained that the costumes had been designed based on their quirk registrations and the requests they submitted before school started. The students cheered. All Might instructed them to suit up and meet at Training Ground Beta. The class responded in agreement. Most students grabbed their costumes immediately, but Mai waited until the others had left. She noticed Midoriya still at his desk and walked over, leaning slightly to speak with him. Midoriya stammered that he had not realized it was time and blushed while avoiding her gaze. Mai encouraged him and gently took his hand to guide him toward the remaining costumes. She handed him his costume case while still holding his hand. Midoriya thanked her, blushing and looking at their hands, and Mai offered to show him the boys' locker room. After leading Midoriya to the boys' locker room, Mai returned to the girls' locker room. Achiko Uraraka asked why Mai had taken so long, and Mai replied that she had been showing Midoriya something before she began changing. Conversations swelled around them, but Uraraka managed a soft smile for Mai. Mai was a little late getting changed. By the time she finished, most of the others were already ready. Her costume fit well and she liked its design, a blue color to represent water, with sleeves reinforced to prevent her arms from getting too cold if she used ice for long PRDS. She wore shorts underneath for practicality. Mai headed to Training Ground Beta, ready for the day's lesson. I walked to the training ground and saw my class waiting there. I asked if I was late. Ida replied that Midoriya was still not there. I heard footsteps behind me and turned to see someone in a bunny costume. It was Midoriya. Uraraka greeted him, and Midoriya returned her greeting shyly. I complimented Uraraka on her outfit and noted that it wasn't her usual style. She thanked me and then turned back to All Might. I told Uraraka she looked nice. I told Midoriya his costume looked cute, and he began to stammer and blush. He managed to say that I looked nice as well. I gently lifted his chin so he would meet my eyes, called him sweetly, and left him visibly flustered. All Might announced that it was time for combat training. Ida asked whether the training would be in the fake city from the entrance exam and whether they would be conducting urban battles again. All Might explained that this time they would focus on indoor battles, since many villain encounters happen inside buildings' backroom deals, home invasions, and hidden lairs. For the exercise, students would be split into teams of heroes and villains and fight 2-on-2 indoor scenarios. Aussie asked whether this was advanced. All Might insisted that battle-ready training was the best preparation but reminded everyone they were dealing with people, not robots. Yaoyorozu asked if All Might would decide the winners. Bakugo asked how much they could hurt the other team. Uraraka wondered if losers would face expulsion like earlier. Ida asked whether teams would be split randomly or by skill. Aoyama made an offhand comment that missed the point, and All Might called the class to attention. All Might produced a small book and explained the scenario. The villains had hidden a weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes would need to either catch the evildoers or recover the weapon, while the villains would win by protecting their payload or capturing the heroes. Time would be limited, and teams would be chosen by drawing lots. Midoriya suggested that this random teaming reflected how professionals often had to team up with heroes from other agencies on the spot. I leaned close and told him that he sounded adorable when he talked about heroes and that I hoped he would talk about me when I became a hero. He froze and blushed. Ida apologized for interrupting, and All Might announced that it was time to draw teams. The teams were assigned as follows. Team A Uraraka and Midoriya. Team B Todoroki and Aizawa. Team C Yaoyorozu and Mineta. Team D Ida and Bakugo. Team E Ishido and Oyama. Team F Koda and Sato. Team G Kaminari and Jiro. Team H Tokoyami and Aji. Team I Ojiro and Shoji. Team J Siro and Kirishima. I felt disappointed that none of my close friends were teamed with me. It would have been fun to tease Midoriya. Uraraka, however, was thrilled to find herself teamed with Midoriya. All Might selected teams for the first match by drawing 2 lots. He announced that Team A would act as the heroes and Team D would act as the villains, and that everyone else could head to the monitoring room to watch. I leaned toward Midoriya and told him I would give him a present if he won. He promised to do his best and asked what I had said, but I was already walking away with a smile. All Might instructed everyone to pay attention and to think about what they would do as they watched the cameras. I watched the screens and silently hoped that none of them would get hurt. Aizawa watched as Midoriya and Uraraka encountered Bakugo, then sent Uraraka off to search for the missile. He was on a team with Todoroki and realized he had never heard him speak, so he walked over. Aizawa confirmed Todoroki's identity and introduced himself. He asked what their strategy should be now that they were teammates. Todoroki said he would freeze the others and secure the win. Aizawa asked whether that meant he would be idle. Todoroki replied that he did not need to participate and suggested Aizawa go find the villains. Aizawa protested that it sounded boring and that he wanted to fight, but acknowledged that Todoroki's quirk was strong enough to operate independently. Todoroki offered no more words, and they returned to watching the cameras. On the monitors, Midoriya and Bakugo were fighting while Uraraka was nowhere to be seen. Voices were inaudible, but Bakugo's aggression was clear. He repeatedly blasted at Midoriya with intense force, and Aizawa felt the confrontation had gone beyond simple competition. Kirishima warned that Bakugo was acting dangerously, and Aizawa agreed that the situation was getting out of hand. All Might then spoke over the earpiece, warning Bakugo that using stored-up power again would force him to stop the fight and cost their team. All Might added that employing such a powerful attack indoors risked destroying the stronghold and would be a poor strategy, whether they were heroes or villains, and that it would result in a significant penalty. Bakugo reacted with even greater fury. The camera showed their fight shift to close quarters, hand-to-hand combat. Aizawa felt helpless watching. Midoriya appeared injured, and Aizawa longed to intervene, but he could only observe. The focus returned to the monitors as Midoriya and Bakugo clashed again. Bakugo prepared another blast, but Midoriya redirected the attack upward with his quirk. The redirected blast sent smoke through the upper floors. When the smoke cleared, Uraraka had used her ability to disarm Ida and secure the weapon. Relief washed over Aizawa at the sight of Midoriya, followed by alarm when Midoriya collapsed afterward. Midoriya was taken to Recovery Girl's office for treatment. Aizawa wanted to go, but All Might forbade it. Everyone except Midoriya gathered in the evaluation room. All Might announced the MVP of the exercise as young Ida. Ida reacted with surprise. Azui questioned why a non-fighter had been chosen despite the heroes winning. Yaoyorozu raised her hand to explain. Yaoyorozu detailed that Ida had embraced his assigned role and adapted to the challenge. She explained that Bakugo's judgment had been clouded by a personal grudge against Midoriya and that launching a large-scale attack indoors was a reckless move that could have been disastrous. She said Midoriya's plan had also been poorly considered, leaving him vulnerable, and that Uraraka's final move had been too reckless if the weapon were real. In contrast, Ida had prepared for his opponent, kept a clear strategy, and remained focused on protecting the dummy weapon. Technically, the hero team had won because it was a training exercise, but they had not respected the full spirit of the trial. All Might agreed with much of her assessment, noting that Ida could have relaxed a bit during the exercise but otherwise praising Yaoyorozu's analysis. He added that starting with the basics and devoting oneself wholeheartedly to learning was the true path to becoming a top hero. Later, it was Team B's turn as heroes and Team I's turn as villains. Aizawa felt nervous because he had no idea how Todoroki would act. They had both gotten in by recommendations, but Aizawa had never seen Todoroki fight or fully use his quirk. When the buzzer sounded, Todoroki announced that he would ascend the building to scan through the windows. Aizawa took to the air to help spot the opponents and located Ojiro with the weapon on the 4th floor and Shoji in the north hall of the same floor. Aizawa descended and reported the positions to Todoroki. Todoroki noted that only Shoji had shoes and then walked into the building. Aizawa began to follow, but Todoroki held out his hand to stop him. Todoroki touched the walls, and ice started to spread across the exterior. Aizawa watched in admiration and mentioned that his own power controlled multiple elements, including air and more, which surprised Todoroki only briefly before they moved inside. They walked to the 4th floor and passed Shoji, whose body had been immobilized by Todoroki's ice. Ojiro stood guard over the weapon. Todoroki warned Ojiro that fighting barefoot would make combat more difficult, then continued toward the weapon while Aizawa stayed by the door. As Todoroki reached out, the ice began to melt. Aizawa used controlled heat to clear some of the remaining ice. All Might declared the hero team victorious. Ojiro reacted with surprise at the presence of heat, and Aizawa internally noted how Todoroki's mixed abilities explained the different colors of his hair and provoked a quiet admiration for someone who could wield more than one quirk. Todoroki, in turn, told Aizawa that they were simply operating on different levels, and the two moved forward. I am totally making him my bestie now. All four of us walked back to the room where everyone else was and listened as All Might reviewed the battle. While the other teams fought, I could only think about how Midoriya was doing. I planned to see him after class if I was allowed. The last teams finished and we returned to the exit where we had come from. All Might praised their work, giving a thumbs up and noting that, aside from Midoriya, there were no major injuries. He announced that it was an excellent first day of training and hurried off to check on Midoriya, demonstrating his energetic exit as if he had somewhere else to be. I had intended to ask if I could go with him, but he ran off so fast I only remembered I was in my hero costume and not my uniform, so I decided to change first. Kaminari reacted with excitement at All Might's departure. Ojiro sighed that he would never be that fast. A small boy with round clumps of hair expressed how awesome it was. I couldn't recall his name in the moment. We stayed talking for a while before walking back to the locker rooms. I walked beside Todoroki and asked about his quirk. Todoroki explained that his power was half cold, half hot. I reacted enthusiastically, saying it was cool that he could freeze things and then make them melt, though I could do something similar. I suggested we train together someday because our quirks were close in nature. Todoroki replied that he didn't use his left side in training or battle. I wanted to ask why, but, sensing from his body language that he did not want to discuss it, I let it be. He did not reply further, but I could tell he appreciated that I did not press him. We finished changing and went back to the classroom. The girls and I, except for Yaoyorozu, talked about who was the most handsome boy in our class. Ishido declared Todoroki the obvious choice. Jiro agreed that Bakugo was attractive too, though she wished his personality were different. I observed that Kaminari was cute but not my type, and Ishido teased that I liked green-haired guys, clearly referring to Midoriya. I admitted that Midoriya was cute but I did not know him well. Uraraka added that Kirishima was handsome as well. We entered the classroom and found the boys already there talking. I moved to my seat in front of Bakugo and told him that his quirk was powerful and that he needed to use it for the right reasons. Hurting Midoriya was not one of them. Before Bakugo could respond, I turned to Shoji and asked how his quirk worked. I loved learning about other people's quirks and always had a ton of questions. Yaoyorozu's creation quirk and Koda's ability to communicate with animals fascinated me. I often imagined what it would be like to create anything or to talk to animals. Classes continued as normal, but I couldn't find Midoriya because I had been told he was asleep. Jiro and I were talking when Midoriya entered the room. Kirishima greeted him enthusiastically and mentioned they had been going over training results while he had been recovering. Others introduced themselves: Siro, Ishido, Aoyama, who tried to speak but was cut off, Tsuyu, and Sato. Mineta arrived in his usual noisy fashion, prompting Kirishima to ask where he had come from. Tokoyami sat on a desk and was told to stop using it as a chair. Jiro and I urged Ida to relax, and Ojiro observed that Ida carried a lot of tension. Ida insisted he could not condone disrespectful actions toward the desks because upperclassmen had once used them. Tokoyami added another quiet comment about the noise. Uraraka and Kaminari entered together. Uraraka walked over to Midoriya and asked about his injuries. Midoriya explained that his condition had to do with how much stamina he was using. He then noticed Bakugo's empty desk and asked where Bakugo was. Uraraka explained that they had tried to stop Bakugo from leaving but he had not listened. Midoriya hurried off, presumably to find him. After a while, I decided to go look for my dad. I told the others I would be right back and left the classroom. I found my dad in the teacher's lounge sleeping in a sleeping bag. I woke him and asked whether he was coming back to class or if they could leave. He said it was time to go home and that they could leave. I skipped away calling that I loved him, and he replied in kind. Uncle Mike yelled his own affection loudly, prompting my father to scold him while I laughed and continued toward the classroom. As I walked back, I saw Tsu, Uraraka, and Ishido staring at something outside the window. I walked over to the group and asked what they were looking at. They jumped in surprise. Uraraka reacted that she had been scared. Ishido explained that Midoriya and Bakugo were arguing outside. I turned to the window and saw them yelling at each other, Bakugo much louder. All Might came running over and placed his hands on Bakugo's shoulders as if to calm him down. Ishido wondered aloud what it had been about. Uraraka called it the fated battle between rivals. Tsu observed that whatever Midoriya had said, Bakugo had looked like he really wanted to punch him. I remarked that Bakugo always acted that way toward Midoriya, sad but true. Uraraka pressed her forehead to the glass and said childhood friends had turned into enemies. We walked back to class. Before everyone scattered, I told them to go ahead because I needed to speak with Midoriya. They waved and said goodbye. I walked down the stairs toward where Midoriya was talking to All Might. I asked if I could talk to Midoriya. They stopped and turned toward me. All Might said he would leave them to it, bid the young Midoriya and young Aizawa goodbye, and ran off before we could respond. Midoriya's POV. All Might left us alone. I found myself staring at her. I knew it might seem strange, but she was incredibly pretty. I felt my face begin to heat. Her long black hair moved in the wind and her face was lit by the sun. I was lost in the view. I was pulled out of my trance when I felt something touch my hair. My face flushed as I realized she had been speaking to me and I had not heard. She asked if I was okay and noted that my injuries had looked bad. I managed to say that I was fine and that Recovery Girl had helped. She agreed that Recovery Girl was the best and then said she still had a present for me. My thoughts raced. I wondered what it could be. Before I could decide, she leaned down and gave me a quick, friendly kiss on the cheek. I froze. She stood up and said she would see me tomorrow, using a familiar nickname, then walked away. I stayed frozen until she disappeared inside UA. When I came to, I touched my cheek, fully red. Mai's POV. After the quick kiss on the cheek, I walked back into UA to wait for my dad. My face burned with heat. I wondered why I had done that. Did I like him? I told myself no, we barely knew each other, though I admitted I found him cute and that it made me smile when he blushed. I paused, worrying how my dad would react. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going and bumped right into him. He sounded tired as he reminded me to wait in the classroom. I told him I had been talking to Midoriya and wanted to go home to see Shadow, our cat. He agreed that he was tired and we left. At home I ran to my room where Shadow lay on my purple covers. I picked her up, then set her down when I remembered I was still in uniform, changed into pajamas, and brought Shadow into the kitchen. My dad was already there. I filled Shadow's bowl and she began to eat while I washed my hands. I asked my dad what we were doing tomorrow, and he told me I would have to wait and see. I whined for details, but he only handed me a bowl of rice and vegetables and told me to eat. We ate in peace, then sat on the couch to watch TV. I fell asleep and my dad carried me to my room with Shadow following. He kissed my forehead and called me his princess before tucking me in. I pretended to be asleep so he would not know I had woken when he carried me, but as he turned to leave I whispered that I loved him too. He paused, smiled and left. I closed my eyes and fell asleep with a smile. The next day I arrived early to class and saw a crowd outside the school blocking students from entering. Reporters and cameras were gathered. My dad and Uncle Mike were out there talking to the media. I giggled at the sight because my dad disliked the attention but had to face it. Bakugo told me to stop giggling. I explained that I was laughing at my dad because he hated the media but had to deal with them. Bakugo said the reporters wanted to know about All Might and how he was as a teacher, and when I asked why they cared he snapped that he did not know, then apologized for raising his voice. I turned back to the window and saw the entrance blocked by security. It looked like a reporter had tried to get in. The class began to fill up and I tried to ignore Midoriya by looking out the window. I felt guilty because the first thing he had done when he came in had been to glance my way, but I had kept a blank expression staring at the board. I noticed him lower his head and walk to his desk, attempting to catch my eye as he passed. My dad walked into the room and commented on the combat training from the day before, saying he had reviewed the video feeds and gone over each team's results, mentioning Bakugo in particular. Dad praised the students, telling them they were talented and not to sulk like children about their loss. Bakugo sighed and dismissed it, while Dad turned to Midoriya and pointed out that his victory had come at the cost of another injured arm. Dad warned Midoriya not to keep breaking his body while training, insisted he needed to work harder to control his quirk, and noted that his power would be useful if he learned to manage it. The narrator inwardly noted that ignoring Midoriya was supposed to be a test of feelings, but the comments still felt a little harsh. Bakugo grumbled his agreement, and the class moved on as Dad announced that their first task would decide their future. Everyone froze for a moment, wondering what the task would be. Dad declared that they needed to pick a class representative, and the room relaxed. Kirishima jumped up to volunteer, Kaminari offered himself, Jiro raised her hand, Aoyama suggested someone with style before being blocked by Ishido, and Ishido enthusiastically insisted she was the right pick. The narrator, who had always been class representative at a previous school because people had been afraid of them and their father, did not raise a hand this time. Bakugo yelled about it, but Ida called for silence and explained that the class representative's duty was to lead others and that trust was essential. Ida proposed a democratic election, arguing that the person who received multiple votes would be the most suitable. Dad told them to decide before his nap was over and settled down to sleep. When the votes were tallied, the top three were Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, and the narrator. The narrator was stunned to have received votes and wondered how that had happened. Midoriya and the narrator both questioned how they had gotten so many votes. Bakugo demanded to know who had voted for him, and Shiro taunted Bakugo, provoking more shouting. The narrator could not hear all the voices from the back over the commotion. Dad woke and asked the top vote-getters to stand. He announced that Mai would be class representative, Midoriya deputy, and Yaoyorozu assistant deputy. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu questioned the result, and the narrator felt guilty for being the only one who had voted for Ida, who the narrator believed deserved the position more. The narrator intended to step down later but walked to their seat for the moment. At lunch, the narrator realized they had not spoken to Midoriya all day and worried he might be upset. Instead, they decided to sit with Todoroki, who usually kept to himself. The narrator asked if it was okay to sit there, and Todoroki nodded. A calm presence surrounded him as they ate. The narrator asked about how Todoroki had been recommended to the school. Todoroki explained his recommendation came from his father. The narrator recognized Endeavor's name and admitted to being surprised. Todoroki asked the narrator not to tell anyone, and the narrator agreed. The narrator shared that their own recommendation had come from their father and Midnight, who had trained them since they were 5, along with letters from past teachers. Todoroki said he had been adopted by the narrator's father at 4 and trained from 5. After a brief exchange, the narrator asked if Todoroki wanted to be friends. Todoroki initially said he had not come to make friends, then admitted things did not always go as he wanted, and eventually agreed to be friends. The narrator promised to be a good friend, and Todoroki offered a small smile. A bell rang, then an alarm announced a level 3 security breach and ordered all students to evacuate the building in an orderly fashion. People panicked and began yelling and running. Todoroki asked what a level 3 breach meant, and the narrator explained that someone had gotten past the school's barriers and urged them to leave. The crowd pushed and jostled them, so the narrator grabbed Todoroki's hand to avoid getting separated. Todoroki held on tightly as they tried to move through the packed hallway. Through a window, the narrator saw the press trying to get inside while their father and Maiko worked to keep them back. Kirishima and Kaminari were trying to calm people before being swept away by the crowd. Ida activated his quirk to help, but he lost control and spun, ending up slammed into a wall. Todoroki noted that it had looked painful while still gripping the narrator's hand. The narrator tried to reassure everyone that the situation was under control, emphasizing that they were UA students and everything would be fine. Ida yelled that they needed to remain calm and prove they were the best of the best. Everyone calmed down. Someone announced that the police had arrived, and another expressed relief. Most of the students began to return to the lunch area, but Mai did not. She wanted to go back to the classroom. She felt Todoroki tug her hand and realized she had been holding it, so she quickly let go. Todoroki asked whether she was going back to eat, and Mai said she was returning to class. Todoroki said he was going back too, and Mai responded that they should go. They started toward the classroom without noticing that Midoriya was watching them. Yaoyorozu announced that it was time to begin. Mai explained that they needed to figure out who the other class officers would be, but that she had something to say first. She told the class that, although they had voted for her as class representative, she believed Tenya Ida should take the role. The class reacted with surprise. Mai said that Ida had helped calm everyone earlier and had organized them effectively, and she felt holding the class rep position for 5 years in a row was too much for her, which made the class laugh. Kirishima agreed that if Mai vouched for him he would be fine with Ida, praising how Ida had stepped up and taken charge. Kaminari joked that Ida had looked like the figure on emergency exit signs when he had been on the wall earlier. Midoriya decided to step down as deputy and let Yaoyorozu assume the role. From the corner, Dad muttered that he did not care who the representative was and wanted them to hurry. Ida stood and accepted the nomination, pledging to carry out the duties of class representative to the best of his abilities. The class playfully nicknamed him Emergency Exit. Mai asked everyone to call her Mai to avoid confusion with any other Aizawa and then returned to her desk while Ida took the front. Yaoyorozu noted sadly that she had received 2 fewer votes. Later, as students prepared to go home, Mai wanted to speak with Midoriya. She called out to him to wait, and he greeted her nervously. Mai reminded him that she preferred to be called Mai, and Midoriya apologized. Mai told him not to worry and said she wanted to check on him. She apologized for not talking to him all day because she had been thinking about something that could go either very well or very poorly. Midoriya reassured her that it was fine. Mai apologized for not sitting with them at lunch, explaining that she had been talking with Todoroki about something else. Midoriya said it was okay and hoped she could sit with them tomorrow. Mai said she would love that and asked if she could give him a nickname since his full name was long and someone else already used one. Midoriya agreed, stumbled over his words, and flushed with embarrassment at the teasing. Mai smiled and left to head home, promising to see him tomorrow. The next training day, Dad announced that training would be different. 3 instructors himself, All Might, and another faculty member would be keeping tabs on the class. Shiro asked what kind of training it would be, and Dad explained it would focus on rescue, dealing with natural disasters, shipwrecks, and similar emergencies. Some students guessed the other instructor would be the Rescue Hero 13. Kaminari and Ashido commented that it sounded like a serious workout, and Kirishima said it felt like real hero work that would separate those ready for the field. Sue mentioned she was looking forward to showing her strengths in water. Dad reminded them that costume choice was up to them but warned that unfamiliar costumes could limit their abilities. He also informed them that the exercise would take place at an off-campus facility and that they would take a bus there before dismissing the class to prepare. Mai waited until the others were nearly finished and then went to the locker room. She had requested 4 different costumes to match her 4 main elements. Since she had used her water costume in the last session, she chose her fire costume this time. On the bus, Mai noticed Midoriya wearing his PE clothes and remembered his costume had been badly damaged in the previous combat training. Midoriya explained that his suit was still being repaired by the support company. Mai explained why she had multiple costumes. A whistle from the bus area drew their attention. Ida stood by the bus and called for Class 1A to form 2 neat lines using their student numbers for efficient boarding, enthusiastically blowing his whistle and waving his arm. Mai and Midoriya remarked on how energetic Ida was as their class representative, and they boarded the bus, which had seats along the sides facing each other. Mai sat in an empty seat in the back next to Todoroki. Midoriya had been talking with Ida and arrived late, so he had to sit closer to the front. Mai and Todoroki had been talking more like friends since the press had broken into UA, and the conversation on the bus kept that friendly tone. Mai asked whether Todoroki had a nickname because his full name felt long. Todoroki initially indicated he did not have one, but then agreed to let her suggest something. Mai proposed the nickname to do, then changed her mind and suggested Toki as a blend of parts of his name. Todoroki agreed that Toki sounded better. The bus pulled away, and the class settled in as they headed toward the rescue training facility. I asked whether I should be given a nickname too. Someone replied that it probably wasn't necessary, since their name only had 3 letters. I agreed. Kirishima then listed Todoroki, Bakugo, and Mai. Hearing my name, I asked what they were talking about. Kirishima answered that they had been discussing who had the flashiest quirks. I thanked him and he laughed. Tsuyu observed that Bakugo's constant anger would probably keep him from being popular, and I tried not to laugh. Bakugo sprang to his feet and angrily warned that he would not tolerate the teasing. Kaminari teased my personality as a chaotic mess, and I laughed so hard that Toki had to steady me to keep me from falling off my seat. Bakugo continued to shout heated threats, his temper flaring, but the group only laughed harder. Toki asked why I was crying. I explained that I was laughing until tears came, and that sometimes it happened when something was really funny. Toki admitted he still did not see the humor, so I offered to be his teacher on things he was oblivious to, starting with jokes. Dad then announced that they had arrived and told everyone to stop messing around. We all acknowledged him in unison except Bakugo, who muttered that he did not care. It turned out the other instructor was 13. We stood outside the entrance of the USJ facility. 13 greeted us warmly, and Uraraka expressed excitement, calling 13 one of her favorite heroes. 13 invited us inside to see the training environments. The interior looked like an elaborate park of disaster scenarios, complete with shipwrecks, landslides, volcanic terrain, and simulated storms. Kirishima exclaimed that it felt like an amusement park. 13 explained that the facility was designed to prepare students for different disasters and called it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint USJ. Dad asked if All Might should be there, and 13 said the situation was different. 13 then reminded everyone that her quirk, Black Hole, could absorb things and reduce them to dust, and that, while she had used it to rescue people, any powerful quirk could be dangerous if mishandled. She emphasized that quirks are regulated and that losing focus or making a wrong move could have deadly consequences, even during rescue attempts. 13 urged us to carry the lessons from Aizawa's fitness tests and All Might's combat training into this class and to use our powers to protect people, not to attack one another. We all cheered for her. Dad had started to speak again when the lights suddenly went out. By the water fountain, a dark vortex began to form and quickly expanded. Figures started emerging from it. Dad ordered everyone to stay together and told 13 to protect the students. Kirishima asked what the thing was. We watched as more figures stepped out. For a moment Kirishima wondered if the exercise had begun, but Dad snapped a command to stay back and put on his goggles. He warned that this was real and that those were villains. The dark vortex then spoke. One voice noted that the only apparent heroes were 13 and Eraserhead and remarked that, according to UA's schedule, All Might should have been present. Dad realized the intruders had used the press as cover to enter campus and that someone among them must have a quirk capable of turning things to ash or dust. A man covered in many hands asked where All Might was and said he had brought companions eager to meet the symbol of peace. He suggested that if All Might did not appear, causing trouble among the students might draw him out. Dad activated his quirk. The students reacted with disbelief that so many villains could have infiltrated a secure UA facility. Kirishima and others questioned why the alarms had not sounded. 13 admitted uncertainty. Yaoyorozu asked if the entire campus was under attack or if this place had been singled out, and Todoroki observed that if the sensors were not being triggered, a villain might be masking their presence. The thought that communications could be jammed made me more frightened. If their quirk could block sensors, reinforcements might not arrive in time. Dad instructed 13 to evacuate the students and to alert the main campus, noting that the villains might be disrupting regular communication as well. He told Kaminari to try using his quirk to contact the school. Kaminari acknowledged the order and prepared to act, while others warned him that he could not face the villains alone. Midoriya warned that there were too many of them and that, even if she could nullify their quirks, her fighting style was not suited for a group. Her power worked best in stealth and one-on-one fights. 13 tried to calm herself and insisted it did not matter because her father would not go fight alone. Midoriya told her he had to go and promised he would be okay, urging her to expand beyond a single tactic. 13 shouted that he should not go and began to cry, but her father had already left. She tried to run after him, but Todoroki held her back, gripping her tightly to keep her from following. The class started toward the exit as Ida urged everyone to hurry, and Midoriya kept watching where her father had gone. A black void reformed and resolved into a person who introduced themselves as the League of Villains, taunting them and claiming this was a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to fall. Bakugo and Kirishima leapt forward. Bakugo detonated a large explosion that filled the area with smoke. The villain warned the students to be more careful, and 13 ordered Bakugo and Kirishima to get out of the way. The villain threatened to scatter them across the facility and kill them, and darkness closed around 13. The next moment, 13 found herself with Todoroki in the landslide zone. Todoroki turned the floor into ice while she used her quirk to create controlled ice formations that pinned and immobilized the villains without maiming them. She shifted the tips of the ice so they looked threatening but did not cause deep injury. The villains complained that their plan had failed and accused the students of being unprepared, but the heroes remained focused. 2 villains attacked from unexpected angles. 13 used a nearby rock to knock one down and immediately froze his limbs to stop him from escaping. Todoroki froze another in midair and disarmed him, sending his weapon clattering away. They moved with coordinated efficiency. 13 praised Todoroki for their teamwork, and he returned the compliment. Todoroki then approached the villain pinned under the rock and warned that remaining immobilized could be dangerous. They only refrained from harsher measures because they were heroes. He offered the villain a chance to survive if he revealed how the League planned to target All Might. A classmate called Todoroki cool from the sidelines. Later, worry for her father consumed 13. Classmates tried to reassure her, saying he was strong, but she remained afraid he could be hurt. When they returned to the entrance of the USJ, All Might had finally arrived and was engaged in battle with a bird-like villain. Todoroki and 13 used their quirks to hold the creature down. Todoroki freezing it while 13 fashioned makeshift restraints from rocks to secure it. 13 explained that a poorly trained thug had revealed the villain's plan to come for All Might. She scanned the area for her father and, unable to find him, spotted Tsu and Mineta in the distance carrying a body that appeared to be him. She rushed over, dropped to her knees, and brushed his hair back. He lay unconscious and badly hurt. Tears streamed down her face as she tried to wake him. Tsu placed a hand on her shoulder to offer calm. Classmates identified others who had been helping, Todoroki, Bakugo, and Kirishima among them. A groan came from her father, and 13 decided they should get him to medical care as quickly as possible. They began moving him toward Recovery Girl. From above, classmates called down that they were ready to help. Sato and Uraraka ran over and helped lift her father so Shoji could carry him on his back, while Shiro and others steadied 13. As they started to leave, the entire facility shook from a passing attack. Shiro wondered if a villain had just flown by. Sato and Shoji noted the power of the impact, and Mineta cheered at All Might's presence. Someone made a small frog-like noise in the commotion. Elsewhere on the battlefield, heroes had focused on the villain with the many hands. Midoriya moved in to strike when one of the hands reached toward him, but a shot from Snipe struck the hand and stopped it. Snipe continued to fire in order to keep the villains from advancing, giving the heroes a moment to regroup. A voice came from the doorway. Principal Nizu apologized for being late and explained that he had brought the teachers as quickly as he could. Uraraka recognized Ida and called out his name in relief. Ida announced that the class representative had returned, that he had fulfilled his duty, and that he had brought reinforcements. The villains charged forward. Mai told her uncle that it was a good time to use his quirk. Her uncle chuckled, took a deep breath, and let out a loud yell that unleashed his ability. The shout toppled the approaching villains and sent them tumbling down the stairs in a dramatic anime-style fashion. The other teachers sprang into action against the intruders. Mai stood in awe, thinking that this was why she wanted to be a hero, to help people in need, and that in this case she and her classmates were the ones who needed help. Snipe fired at the main villain to keep him from advancing, aiming at his arms and legs, but a person with a warp-type quirk intervened and blocked the follow-up attack. Snipe called for someone to capture the villains from a distance while he continued to provide cover. 13 volunteered, extended a hand, and activated their quirk to pull the 2 main villains into containment. Before they could secure them, however, the villains vanished into thin air. Everyone froze, unprepared for the sudden disappearance, and Mai had the uneasy sense that they would not have seen the last of those villains. After the police arrived and took the villains away, Mai went with her father to the hospital. Instead of being questioned immediately, the detective would come by later. The beeping of the monitor filled the quiet as Mai sat in a chair and stared at her father. She replayed the moment in her head, thinking she could have done more, wishing she had rushed to help. There was a possibility that his eyesight might be impaired, but the doctors would not know until he woke. She dozed in the chair and woke when her father began to stir. He groaned his name as he turned his head, and Mai squeezed his hand to reassure him that she was there. He gripped her hand tightly, and she pressed the call button for a nurse. A staff member asked her to wait in the waiting area while they ran tests. In the waiting area, Mai saw Uncle Mike sitting in a chair. She greeted him, and he called her by a familiar nickname while asking if her father was all right. Mai explained that her father had just woken up and the doctors were conducting tests. Uncle Mike urged her to get something to eat, handed her some money for the vending machines, and told her she needed it. Mai admitted she had not eaten in a day and went to get food. Remembering that 13 was also in the hospital, Mai went to the front desk and asked which room the hero was in. When the receptionist inquired about her relationship, Mai awkwardly claimed to be 13's sister. The receptionist directed her to room. Embarrassed by her own response, Mai walked to the room and knocked, but there was no answer. She opened the door after a pause and found 13 still asleep, so she left quietly. Back in her father's room, Mai noticed that Uncle Mike was gone. She entered to find her father and Uncle Mike talking. Uncle Mike was doing most of the talking. Her father's face was wrapped in bandages, leaving only his eyes, nose, and mouth visible. Mai asked how he was, and he reassured her that he would be okay, then asked about her. Mai said she had only sustained cuts that Recovery Girl had treated before they left, so she was fine. Her father motioned for her to lie down beside him, and she did. When he asked if she was tired, she admitted she was a little. He said he was tired as well and suggested they rest. Uncle Mike had to return to UA, so he left them to sleep. They exchanged I love yous before drifting off to sleep, both smiling at the comfort of knowing the other was safe. It was time to go back to school, and Mai felt excited. Her father had returned to work, and she would see her friends again. In homeroom, students took their seats as they waited for the teacher. Mai was not sure everyone knew her father was still teaching. Mai greeted Uraraka, who ran up and hugged her, telling Mai how much she had missed her. Mai returned the hug and laughed when Uraraka called her a best friend. They chatted for a while until Ida joined them, and Mai excused herself to speak with Todoroki. Mai asked Todoroki how he was, and he replied that he was fine and asked the same of her. Mai admitted she could be better but that things were settling down. Todoroki asked about Mr. Aizawa, and Mai reassured him that her father was doing okay, though he was complaining about his bandages like an old man. As class time approached, Mai passed Midoriya and placed a hand on his shoulder as a small gesture of comfort, telling him she had known he would be all right. Ida called for attention and announced that homeroom was about to begin, urging everyone to take their seats. Kirishima pointed out that they were already seated, and Ida reacted in embarrassment before returning to his seat, frustrated at himself. Uraraka tried to calm him down. Ashido asked who would teach class that day, and the classroom door opened to reveal Mr. Aizawa. Students reacted with surprise and relief upon seeing him. Ida expressed gladness that he was okay. Mr. Aizawa stated that his own well-being was secondary to the fact that their fight was not over yet. The mention of a continued fight made Bakugo ask for clarification, and Mr. Aizawa explained that the UA Sports Festival was about to start. Kirishima cheered enthusiastically at the news and was playfully scolded by Kaminari. Some students voiced concerns about holding the sports festival so soon after the villain incident, worried that gathering everyone together could present another target. Ojiro pointed out the risk of an attack while they were all in one place. The administration's stance, as explained to the students, was that holding the sports festival would demonstrate that the threat had been addressed and that the school was safe, and that security would be increased compared to past years. Dad explained that the event was a huge opportunity for all students at UA and could not be cancelled because of a few villains. Mineta responded fearfully that he did not understand why it could not be cancelled and added that he simply did not want to get murdered. Midoriya asked Mineta if he did not realize how important the competition was. Mineta insisted he understood but repeated that he did not want to get killed. Dad continued, explaining that the UA Sports Festival was one of the most watched events in the world. He said that while the Olympics used to dominate attention, the emergence of quirks had reduced their scale and viewership, and for anyone serious about competition there was now only one tournament that mattered: the UA Sports Festival. He stated that heroes everywhere would be watching and that this was where students could be scouted. Yaoyorozu agreed, adding that the festival was the place to get noticed. Mineta muttered that scouts could notice students only if they survived. Kaminari noted that after graduating, many people joined pro agencies as sidekicks. Jiro teased Kaminari that some people never moved beyond sidekick roles and suggested he might be headed that way. A brief observation passed through the group that Kaminari and Jiro seemed to like each other, even if they had not admitted it yet, and Kaminari's smile faded at the thought. Dad emphasized that joining a famous hero agency could grant experience and popularity, and that the festival could open the path to a professional career. He reminded them that there was one chance a year and only a few chances in a lifetime, so no aspiring hero could afford to miss it. He finished by urging them not to slack off on their training. They all responded in unison with the respectful acknowledgement, and the teacher dismissed the class. At lunchtime the students were still talking about the festival. Kirishima declared that, despite the villain trouble, he was excited for the games. Siro said they had to put on a good show if they wanted to be on the road to becoming pros. Sito remarked that the festival was the reason he was at the school in the first place, and others agreed that they had so few chances they had to make the most of them. Mai walked over to Midoriya and noticed him talking with Ida. Midoriya said that the festival was going to be intense and that everyone seemed so excited. Ida pointed out that they all enrolled at the school to become heroes and naturally felt fired up. Mai surprised Midoriya by commenting on Ida's moves and then asked him if he was excited. Ida and Mai both affirmed their excitement, with Midoriya admitting he was nervous as well. Uraraka called to them from behind and expressed her determination to do her best in the sports festival. The others noticed her uncharacteristically intense expression and teased that she looked like she was losing it. Uraraka confirmed that she was definitely excited. Izuku asked Uraraka why she had decided to come to UA and what had made her want to be a pro hero. Uraraka admitted that part of her motivation was financial pressure at home. Her family's construction company had not been getting work and they were struggling. She revealed that she wanted to become a pro, sign with a good agency, and earn enough money to make life easier for her parents. Ida praised her motivation as noble, and Izuku speculated aloud that her quirk could reduce construction costs by allowing things to float, which made Uraraka light up with the idea. Mai then declared that if Uraraka needed money she would help, insisting as a friend that she had more than she needed and could provide support. Uraraka became emotional and hugged Mai, whispering her thanks. Before the moment could continue, All Might's laughter reached them and he announced that young Midoriya was present and invited them to join him for lunch. Ida gave a nod of approval and they agreed to go eat with him. Mai waved goodbye to Izuku as they left. While standing in line for food, Uraraka wondered aloud what All Might might want with Midoriya. Midoriya had been involved in the USJ incident in which All Might had been attacked by villains. Someone suggested that Midoriya might have tried to stop them and that All Might could have noticed his resolve. Their conversation touched on how All might take a liking to Midoriya because of similar qualities, and the group marveled at the luck of the situation. None of them noticed that a boy with red and white hair was listening to their conversation. Later, when school ended, students from other classes were blocking the exit and preventing them from leaving. Mai asked them to move because she needed to meet her father, but nobody moved. Uraraka approached and asked why they were all there. Ida asked if they had some business with their class, and Mineta complained that they were holding them hostage. The students blocking the doorway explained that they were there to scout out the competition, which increased the tension at the hallway exit. Bakugo walked away, declaring that they were the class that had survived a real villain attack. Izuku replied nervously that he just hoped Bakugo did not explode anybody. Bakugo continued, telling the others to move it and calling them extras. Ida protested that Bakugo could not walk around calling people extras simply because he did not know them. A voice cut in, smooth and striking. A purple-haired student introduced himself as Hitoshi Shinso and said he had heard the class was impressive, though he thought they sounded arrogant. I reassured everyone that Bakugo was like that, and Bakugo barked at me, calling me an idiot. Shinso found that funny and asked whether the whole hero course was delusional or only Bakugo. Tsuraraka, Izuku, and Ida looked uneasy because Bakugo was getting angry. I watched with a smile. I felt amused whenever Bakugo lost his temper. Shinso said he had wanted to be in the hero course but had not made it the first time. He was here to get another chance. If anyone did well in the sports festival, the teachers might transfer students into the hero course and open space by transferring others out. Bakugo clicked his tongue. I suggested, crassly, that they take Mineta's spot, and Izuku pulled my arm down and scolded me for saying that. Shinso finished by making a point about scouting the competition and declared, with quiet intensity, that if they did not bring their best, he would steal their spots. He called it a declaration of war. Bakugo and Shinso stared each other down. A boy from Class 1B accused Bakugo and the others of being brats who thought they were better, and Bakugo replied that getting into Class 1A rather than 1B meant they were better. I whispered to Uraraka that it was true but told her not to say that out loud. Bakugo told the 1B student not to ignore him, but Kirishima stepped in and urged Bakugo to respond, blaming him for their being disliked. Bakugo said the only thing that mattered was beating them, and then he walked away. The 1B student shouted that he was coming for Bakugo, and Kirishima commented that the exit had been very manly. Kaminari and Sato exchanged puzzled looks. Tokoyami agreed they had to beat them, and Mineta lamented that everyone would be gunning for them in the festival. I approached Shinso, who was blocking the corridor, and asked his name because I wanted to know who I might face. Shinso gave his name and asked mine. I introduced myself as my Aizawa and reminded him that I was the girl with the element quirk. I asked about his quirk. Shinso, rubbing his neck awkwardly, said his quirk was not suited for being a hero and that I would see it at the sports festival. I told him I hoped to see it and said I had to go, and he said goodbye. At home later, Mai asked her father on the couch if he knew Hitoshi Shinso while she stroked Shadow, the cat, who rested on her. Her father said he had heard the name but did not know much and asked what class Shinso was in. Mai admitted she did not know much beyond meeting him and his plan to be at the festival. Her father teased that she could not date him, and Mai protested that she had not said she liked anyone. Her father pressed, and Mai said she did not want to talk about it. She felt he would not understand. He said he might not be experienced in love but would always listen when she needed him. He then added, half in jest, that she could not date until she was 30. Both laughed, and Shadow moved from Mai to her father. Everyone trained to improve. Some trained at school, others at home. Mai practiced with Toki, who blocked her fire with his ice. Toki suggested that if she used fire more, the match would be better, and Mai insisted she would never use her left side in battle or training. To vary their practice, she used earth to trip him and he countered with ice. Then they agreed to do close combat without quirks. Mai noted she was better at close combat than at distance fighting. Toki did not know the slang term Mai used, so she explained it and they resumed training. They did 4 rounds without quirks, Mai won 3 and Toki won 1. In 5 rounds with quirks, Toki won 3 and Mai won 2. Mai reflected that Toki had trained since he was 5 under strict conditions with the number 2 hero, while her own training had not been as severe. He told her about his difficult upbringing in training. Toki checked his phone and said his sister wondered if Mai wanted to stay for dinner. Mai apologized and said she had to go home because her father was at work and she could not leave Shadow alone. She promised that Shadow could be met sometime and agreed to take Toki's sister up on the invitation another time. Mai waved and told Toki goodbye, and Toki replied with a brief farewell. After 2 weeks of training with Toki and her father, it was the morning of the school festival. Mai had to take the train to school because her father had to go in early. From the address she had seen when her father was looking at Zuku's file, she realized Izuku lived nearby. She knew everything about her classmates that was in those files, which was probably not something she should mention to them. She walked to Izuku's apartment complex and waited outside, since she did not know his apartment number. She worried that standing there might not be the best way to meet his mother. Mai questioned whether she would meet his mother soon and reminded herself they were not together and she did not even know if she liked him that way yet. She was pulled out of her thoughts when Izuku appeared and asked what she was doing there. Mai explained that her father had to go in early and she had remembered Izuku's apartment name and come to see if he wanted to walk to school together. Izuku was surprised at the suggestion and stammered that he would like to walk together, side by side, then released her arm and rubbed his neck awkwardly. Mai smiled at his nervousness and agreed to go. They walked to the train station hand in hand. When they reached the barriers of UA and realized they were still holding hands, Izuku let go because he did not want Todoroki to get the wrong idea. From Izuku's perspective, he wondered if Mai realized she had been holding his hand. He had intended to keep holding it, but seeing Todoroki reminded him of the day those two had been talking and laughing together. He let go when they walked into the UA barriers to avoid any misunderstanding, though he wished her hand had stayed in his. They continued to the locker rooms. Izuku realized he was starting to have feelings for Mai and did not know what to do. He had never felt this way before. He compared Mai and Todoroki, thinking they made more sense together because both were strong and their quirks did not strain their bodies. Mai had told him on the train that she and Todoroki had been training at his house for 2 weeks, which made Izuku wonder what that meant. Mai noticed Izuku's flushed face and asked if he was okay. Izuku said he was just nervous, which he felt was the best excuse he could give. Mai admitted she was nervous too, and Izuku encouraged her, telling her he was sure she would do great. Mai returned the encouragement and then, blushing, reached out and gave Izuku a quick, affectionate touch on the cheek before running into the girls' locker room. Izuku stood for a moment before Ida emerged and urged him to put on his P uniform. Izuku admitted to himself that he might indeed have feelings for Mai. After changing, the students were directed into a waiting room. Toki sat on Mai's left and Izuku on her right. Izuku looked dissatisfied with the seating, likely wishing to sit beside Ida or Achiko. Toki then stood and leaned against the wall. Ashido expressed disappointment about not being able to wear her costume, and Ojiro observed that at least everyone would be in uniforms, which would keep things fair. They all wondered about what the first round would hold. Tokoyami urged perseverance, and Shoji agreed. Ida then called everyone to prepare, announcing that they were entering the arena soon. Todoroki approached Midoriya and stated, from an objective standpoint, that he believed he was stronger. Midoriya acknowledged the point and noted that he had all might in his corner. Todoroki asserted his intention to beat him. Kaminari and Kirishima questioned the sudden declarations of rivalry, and Kirishima tried to lighten the tension by placing a hand on Todoroki's shoulder, but Todoroki brushed it off. Todoroki reminded them that this was not a time for friendship and that it was not a team effort. Midoriya reflected that everyone in the hero course was aiming to stand out and that the other courses would be coming after them with everything they had. Kirishima suggested that Midoriya might be being too hard on himself. The announcer then called the hero course students of Class 1A out into the arena. As they walked onto the field, cheers and yells came from the stands. Mai looked up at the announcer's box and saw her father give her a small smile and a nod. She interpreted that gesture as an encouragement to do her best and a sign of his love, and she mouthed that she loved him back. Izuku admitted that he had not expected so many people to be in attendance. Mai reminded him that he had said he had watched the event on television many times, and Izuku responded that he had not paid attention to the crowd before. As the announcers continued with introductions, Mai pointed out to Achiko the student who had declared rivalry earlier and described him as attractive. Izuku heard her and turned to look at her with a hurt expression, and he told Mai she could not go around calling people hot. A voice reminded Mai to remember what happened last time, and Mai answered that she had apologized and could not have known the popular girl had a boyfriend. Achiko put her hand on her head and shook it at Mai, saying she was exasperated. Midnight called for the introductory speech from the stage where she stood. Kirishima blushed and remarked that someone should talk to Midnight about her costume. Kaminari added that the outfit should come with a warning. Tokoyami questioned whether that attire was appropriate for a high school event. Midnight snapped at everyone to be quiet and announced that the student pledge speakers would be Katsuki Bakugo and Mai Aizawa. Mai almost ran up to the stage to get there first, but she forced herself to walk calmly, only to find Bakugo had already taken the lead and declared that he was going to win. Mai hit her hand to her head in frustration as the other courses began to boo them. Midnight then introduced Mai for her speech. Mai apologized for Bakugo's behavior and explained that not all of Class 1A behaved like him. She encouraged the first years to try their best and reminded them that effort mattered more than outcome. She urged them to be mindful of others, because help can come from unexpected places, and wished them good luck. Some students booed, but others began to clap and cheer. Mai noticed Shinso clapping with a small smile. When he realized she was looking, he looked away. Someone with curly green hair watched and clapped loudly with a big smile. Mai returned to her spot and Achiko hugged her tightly, asking why Mai had kept the speech a secret. Mai said she wanted it to be a surprise and reiterated that the speech was for everyone. Aim for the top, and even if you fail, the attempt matters. Achiko told Mai she loved her, and Mai returned the sentiment. They laughed about having a nickname for each other. An announcer signaled that the festival games were beginning. Students murmured that UA did not give them a moment to breathe. The announcer teased that this was where they would start feeling the challenge and spun a large wheel for suspense. The wheel stopped and revealed that all 11 classes would participate in a treacherous contest, a 4-kilometer track around the outside of the stadium. Contestants were free to use any tactics so long as they did not leave the course. The students were instructed to take their places. Mai positioned herself toward the back, confident she could handle the course. Midnight shouted for the race to begin, and the students surged forward, but a narrow exit caused a bottleneck. Because of the crowding, Mai decided to use her air ability to lift herself to the front. It was a good move, since Todoroki's ice temporarily slowed some runners further back. Mai lifted the ground to create walls that would be difficult to break through, and it pushed Todoroki further behind her. Ahead, robots similar to those from the entrance exam stood on the course. Mai used water to short-circuit the machines and controlled fire to disable them in non-graphic, rapid maneuvers. The other students did not immediately realize that the robots were the second part of the course. Mai neutralized several machines and then moved on while others dealt with the remaining obstacles. When some robots froze in place, it indicated that Todoroki's ice technique was close behind. The next obstacle allowed Mai to shape Earth into a temporary walkway, but she opted to use air to conserve energy. She gave herself a brief respite before resuming the run. The final obstacle appeared to be a minefield. Mai slid across an ice path she created to cross safely, taking a little time but maintaining her lead. Mai returned to the stadium to a roaring crowd. She smiled and waved, which only increased the cheers. Uncle Mike announced that the first-place winner was Mai Aizawa and mentioned proudly that she was his niece. Mai saw her father smiling and clapping from the stands, and his pride made her happy. Izuku Midoriya finished in second place. Mai ran to him and hugged him, congratulating him on a great race. He thanked her, and they shared a warm, friendly moment. Izuku Todoroki came in third, and Bakugo was fourth. Achiko praised the top finishers loudly. Izuku blushed when Mai said she had been looking at him, and Mai assured him that she always paid attention to the people she cared about. The announcer reviewed the standings for the top 10, with Mai at the top, followed by Izuku, Todoroki, Bakugo, and others from both classes. Only the top 43 would advance to the next round, but the announcer reminded those who did not make the cut that there would be other opportunities to shine. The next event was revealed as the cavalry battle. Kaminari admitted that he was not good at that type of game, and Sue wondered how teams would be organized. The announcer explained that participants would form teams of 2 to 4 people as they wished, similar to a playground game but with the festival's twist. The announcer explained that each player had been assigned a point value based on the results from the obstacle course. Sato and Achiko seemed to get the idea, but Midnight was not happy about it. Midnight snapped that they should be quiet and let her explain. She explained that point assignments increased in increments of 5 from the bottom, that 42nd place was worth 5 points, 41st was worth 10, and that the first place contestant was worth 10 million. The girl felt a jolt of disbelief at 10 million and worried that no one would want to join her team because they might be targeted first. Midnight confirmed that it would be survival of the fittest, with a chance for those at the bottom to overthrow the top. The announcer declared that my Aizawa had placed first in the qualifier and was worth 10 million. The girls suddenly felt like people were staring. The instructor outlined the rules for the first years. The game would last 15 minutes. Individual point values would be added together to reach a team total. Everyone's value would be visible on their headbands. Players were instructed to take as many headbands as possible to raise their team's score. Stolen headbands had to be worn from the neck up, making them harder to manage the more one stole. Even if a headband was stolen or a team fell, players could continue until time expired. She kept thinking that no one would want to be on her team because of the increased risk of being targeted. The instructor added that quirks could be used freely but warned that intentionally making a team fall would result in a red card and disqualification. The students were given 15 minutes to form teams and told to get started. She muttered that it was going to be a pain. It seemed that everyone wanted to team up with Todoroki and Bakugo. As she stood there, she felt a hand on her shoulder and turned to see Todoroki. She asked him what he wanted. Todoroki invited her to be on his team. She declined and he looked shocked. He asked why, and she accused him of wanting her only for her points to beat Midoriya because his father was watching. Todoroki said he thought they were friends. She reminded him that he had said in the waiting room he was not there to make friends. She tilted her head and walked away toward Izuku. Todoroki looked guilty, but she reminded herself he was not there to make friends. She called to Izuku and asked if he wanted to be on her team. Izuku hesitated, asking if she was sure. She reassured him that he was her friend and that together they had a lot of points. Achiko called out to Mai and Deku to team up. She agreed but cautioned Achiko that people would be after them because of her points. Achiko suggested that if they kept running the whole time, they could win. Izuku observed that Achiko might be overestimating him or underestimating everyone else. He said it was better to team up with people you know and like, and for a moment his voice almost cracked. Izuku added that he had hoped to team up with both of them and thanked them. He noted that in a game requiring teamwork, it was smart to find people they communicated with smoothly. She teased him about always stuttering when she spoke to him. He stammered a response and she pointed out that he was stuttering now. He ignored the teasing and said that if they combined her quirk, Mai's quirk, and one other person, he might have a solid plan. The group ran to find Ida. Izuku explained the plan to Ida. The three of them would act as horses with Mai as the rider. Ida would be in front, and Uraraka's quirk would make her lighter so they could move easily. Izuku believed no one could catch them. Someone praised the idea. Izuku admitted it was not much but was the only plan he had come up with. The girl suggested they might need another person to act as a horse. She turned to Ida and gave him a look that asked him to speak. Ida complimented the strategy but declined the offer. He apologized and explained that since the competition had begun he had been losing to Izuku. He asked Izuku not to take it as an insult, calling him a great friend, but said that if he continued to follow him he would never grow stronger. He noted that Bakugo and Todoroki had already challenged Izuku and that others saw him as a rival. Ida vowed to do his best to defeat Midoriya and walked over to join Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, and another classmate. Achiko started but could not finish a response. The girl grabbed Izuku's and Achiko's arms and pulled them away from the other's stares. Izuku suddenly began to look around and then walked away. They followed him until he stopped behind someone and put a hand on that person's shoulder, inviting them to join the team. The timer signaling the end of team selection went off. Midnight, doing stretches, announced that it was time to start. The public address system boomed that after 15 minutes of team picking and strategy talk, 12 cavalry teams were preparing to go head-to-head, and the announcer urged the crowd to cheer. She tightened her headband around her neck so it would be harder to grab. She asked if everyone was ready. The team affirmed that they were. She checked with Izuku and he confirmed. She asked Tokoyami and he confirmed as well. She encouraged the team, then the announcer counted down 3, 2, 1. Midnight called for the start. When the match began, many teams chased them. Using her earth ability, she raised walls from the ground ahead of them to block incoming attacks. When the ground began to sink, she used air to lift the group up away from the collapsing floor. They ran, but some teams continued the pursuit. Tokoyami summoned Dark Shadow to guard their blind spots. Tokoyami praised Dark Shadow and asked it to continue watching those areas. Dark Shadow acknowledged the command. She reached out and patted Dark Shadow on the head, finding it unexpectedly endearing. Izuku, focused on the fight, murmured that Tokoyami was amazing. She continued using Earth to block attacks coming from behind them. One teammate urged everyone to stop talking and focus on running, and the team agreed. Shoji pursued them from one side while a team from Class 1B chased from the other. Tokoyami reminded the team that they needed breathing room and emphasized that they could not be trapped between multiple opponents. We were about to run, but I caught her foot on something. Izuku identified it as Mineta's ball. I asked where it had come from. I used Earth to build a room that blocked us from the other teams. We could hear them trying to break it, but it was hard to break something I had made. Inside the room I made a large hole in the ground. That tunnel led us to the other side of the stadium. No one noticed that we were gone until Kirishima and the student with a similar quirk finally broke down the walls. They stopped when they realized we were not there. Izuku praised Mai for the move, calling it amazing. I downplayed it and pointed out that they still had no idea where we were, and that I still had the headband. The announcer called for the rankings to be shown, noting that 7 minutes had passed. Tokoyami observed that there was still a while left in the game. The announcer remarked that it was an unexpected turn. Aside from Aizawa's team, Class 1A was not doing well, and even Bakugo was falling behind. I asked in disbelief how Bakugo could be losing. Izuku tried to reassure everyone that we were okay, though someone nearby expressed doubt. The announcer declared that as the cavalry battle entered its second half, anything could happen. Class 1B had made an unexpected showing, and the real question was who would take the 10 million points in the end. Bakugo announced that he would be taking the points, and I challenged him, saying I would like to see him try. Tokoyami admitted he had not expected the competition to happen so soon and that someone seemed to be targeting Midoriya and Aizawa. I responded that was fine. Izuku reminded everyone that the games were only halfway over and they could not stop now. The other teams started moving toward us. I warned everyone to watch their surroundings and noted that it was not just Todoroki, everyone was after us. Kaminari used his quirk, so I hurriedly blocked the attack with an earth wall, preventing the electricity from hitting us. The other students were not as fortunate. Todoroki used ice to freeze opponents and keep them from reaching us first. Shadow attempted to strike, but his path was interrupted by a construct Yaoyorozu created. I told the group that her quirk was impressive and they needed to be careful. Someone pointed out that Kaminari was the bigger threat. If there had been more sunlight, his attack could have overwhelmed Dark Shadow. It became clear that Kaminari's lightning was the main problem. As long as he kept using his quirk, it would be very difficult for Dark Shadow to be effective in the light. I offered to handle the attacks. We were at the end of the field and could not retreat. We had to fight. With 1 minute left and our backs against the edge, we stayed on Todoroki's left because he rarely used it. If he switched to ice he could freeze Ida. Then Ida readied himself to run. I had no choice. Seeing him prepare to sprint, I created a rim of fire around us. Ida nearly charged into it but pulled back and avoided being burned. I still had the headband. Spectators reacted that Ida had almost scored the 10 million points, but Aizawa had intervened with her quirk. My fire was then frozen and neutralized. The opponents pushed forward again, though not as quickly. Ida appeared to be at his limit. He lifted his arm, preparing another move, and shifted his technique to the left. I recognized what he was doing. Even though I was upset, I was not cruel. I suspected he might not realize how his change would affect others, so before he could complete the attack I used a gust of air to divert his arm. He looked shocked as the realization hit him. Bakugo surged through the air with his quirk, and his team, along with Yaoyorozu's, tried to reach us to claim the points. I formed a staff from the ground and hardened it with ice so it would hold. Before anyone could make another move, the announcer called time and declared the second round officially over. I stepped back and hugged everyone. We took a breath and celebrated the small victory. The announcer revealed the top 4 teams. First place Team Aizawa, second place Team Todoroki, third place Team Bakugo, and fourth place Team Shinso, a placement that surprised many. An hour lunch break was announced before the afternoon activities. After the break, Aizawa asked to speak with Mai and me. We agreed and walked to the entrance, where Aizawa leaned against the wall opposite us. Izuku grew nervous. I urged him to hurry because I wanted to eat. Izuku admitted that he had been overwhelmed and that it had caused him to break a promise he had made to himself a long time ago. I explained that I had used a gust of air to help him remember that promise. Izuku acknowledged it and thanked me. He insisted he was not a monster for pushing me to use my quirk to win, and said he might have pushed me to use it so I could grow stronger. Izuku went on to say that none of the others had seemed to sense anything special when I used my quirk. When I activated it, he alone had felt its true intensity. The sensation had reminded him of experiencing All Might's power. He asked, half joking, whether I might be related to All Might. I nearly laughed. Many people did not know about One for All. I thought to myself that he had not been supposed to realize what I knew, and I planned to explain more later. Izuku asked directly whether I was All Might's son. I firmly denied it and added that even if I were, I would deny it, so he probably would not believe me. I tried to explain that people often jumped to conclusions based on appearances. His question had stung, and I regretted the phrasing of my earlier comment. He asked why I had thought that about him, and I attempted to clarify. Todoroki remarked that it looked like there was something between them that they were not supposed to talk about, then cursed quietly at Izuku. Todoroki explained that his father was the hero Endeavor and that everyone knew him as the number 2 hero. He said that if anyone was connected to the number 1 hero, All Might, even indirectly, then he had even more reason to try to beat them. He added that his father had built a reputation by using his power to become a prominent hero but had never defeated All Might, and that his obsession with surpassing All Might had not faded. I thought she did not fully understand what he meant and asked him what he was trying to say. Todoroki responded by bringing up the history of quirk marriages, which had been a problem in the generations after quirks became widespread. He said that many people had been matched solely to produce more powerful offspring and that such arrangements had often been unethical. He accused his father of using his wealth and influence to secure a marriage to his mother for her quirk and said that he had been raised to unseat All Might. Todoroki declared his refusal to be treated as a tool. I tried to interrupt, but Todoroki continued, describing only painful memories of his mother and noting that she had often been in tears. He said that his mother had endured a terrible incident that left his left side badly affected when he was a child. Izuku and I both reacted in shock at how cruel someone could be. Todoroki explained that his decision to pick a fight with Izuku had been meant to prove to his father what he could do without relying on his fire ability. He announced his intention to show his father that he could win while rejecting that part of his heritage, and that he would from then on rely only on his right side. Todoroki started to walk away and told Midoriya that he believed Midoriya was connected to All Might even if he would not admit it. Todoroki vowed that, no matter how fiercely Midoriya challenged him in the future, he would defeat him using only his right side. Mai felt she had to speak to him. She told Izuku she would be right back, left before he could answer, and caught up to Todoroki. She called for him to wait. He stopped and turned to look at her. Mai apologized and said that no one should have to go through what he had, especially as a child. She admitted she did not know what had come over her earlier and said that she had liked having him as a friend, that he had been her first friend and that she would do anything to earn his friendship again. Todoroki apologized in return, saying he did not know why he had reacted as he had. He said he had been upset that, even when they had been friends, she had shrugged off what had happened to him. He offered to start over and introduced himself as Mai Aizawa, extending her hand. Mai asked Izuku to play along when he questioned her. Todoroki hesitated, then gave his name as Shoto. Todoroki. Mai decided that Todoroki was too long a name and picked a shorter nickname, calling him Toki. A small smile appeared on his face. Now that they had made up, Mai took his arm and led him to the cafeteria, relieved to have her friend back. Later, someone commented that Class 1A was putting on a very attention-grabbing performance. Mai growled that she was going to kill Mineta and Kaminari for making them wear cheerleading uniforms, and she and Yaoyorozu both complained about having been caught in a prank. Yaoyorozu fell and Mai knelt to help her up, annoyed at the situation. Jiro tossed the pom-poms onto the floor in frustration. Mai told herself she still looked good in the outfit, while Jiro teased that Izuku might agree. Mai blushed and looked over to see Izuku with a face flushed red, staring at her. She told Jiro to be quiet and decided it did not matter what others thought. She knew she looked good. Midnight then instructed the finalists to draw lots to determine their opponents and mentioned that the 16 finalists could choose to participate in recreational activities or sit out to prepare for the next battles. Before she could continue, Ojiro raised his hand and announced his withdrawal. He explained that he could not accept advancing when he did not fully remember his actions in the previous battle and felt it would be unfair to move on without confidence that he had earned the spot. His classmates argued with him, but he stood firm on his principles. Nairinjiki Shota from Class 1B also announced his withdrawal for the same reason. He said that, regardless of his abilities, he could not accept advancing in a way that went against his values. Kirishima reacted emotionally, upset at their decision, and others praised their integrity. Midnight approved both withdrawals. A student with orange hair spoke up about her team having been frozen for much of the cavalry battle and suggested that replacements be chosen from the group that had been fighting the whole time, recommending Team Tetsutetsu. Kendo agreed that this would be fair, and the class thanked them for the decision. In the end, Tetsutetsu and Shiozaki advanced to the final, and Midnight told everyone to take a look at the updated bracket. The announcer listed the opponents. Mai looked at the bracket and saw that Izuku and Shinso were scheduled for the first match. She scanned for her own name and found she would be facing Ida, and the worry settled in her chest. Hitoshi Shinso asked if that was Izuku Midoriya, and Izuku visibly flinched at the tone. Ojiro quickly covered Izuku's mouth with his tail and warned him not to speak. Mai stepped away from their conversation. She already knew the basics of Shinso's quirk but had been instructed by her father to keep quiet about it. Shinso's ability could influence others when they answered his questions, a powerful but socially awkward skill that had steered him toward general studies at the school. Mai walked over to Ida to discuss their upcoming match. She told Ida she felt excited and nervous, and Ida replied with his usual earnest reassurance, saying that if either of them won they should see it as a chance to grow rather than a personal slight. He insisted that a loss would only mean he needed to improve. Mai returned the sentiment and Ida reminded her that her long training and varied techniques could give her an advantage, while she playfully suggested he could use his speed to drag her out if necessary. The program shifted to side games, starting with a scavenger hunt. Mai did not participate but cheered for her class alongside Achiko and Mina. She found herself thinking about how the outfit she wore seemed to affect Izuku. He was awkward and flustered, avoiding eye contact and staring at the ground or the sky when she was near. Todoroki had opted out of the games, and after a while Mai went to find him. She told him he needed to focus on something other than fighting Izuku, and when he hesitated she grabbed his hand and led him out of the stadium, careful that no teacher saw them. Izuku watched their joined hands until they were out of sight, a quiet, jealous expression on his face. Later, Mai told Todoroki that watching the cameras in the stands had been fun as they watched clips of the crowd and visiting pro heroes. Todoroki, who rarely laughed, seemed to enjoy it. Soon the first round of the final match was about to begin. Izuku versus Shinso. Mai changed into her PE uniform and took a seat with her classmates. The announcer hyped the crowd, but Mai's attention remained on Izuku. Her leg bounced with anxiety until Achiko placed a calming hand on her leg and reassured her that Izuku would be fine. Achiko teased Mai about her feelings for Izuku, pointing out that Mai had once advised others to take chances. Mai blushed and denied admitting anything. The announcer explained the rules: immobilize the opponent, force them out of the ring, or win by making them yield. Recovery Girl stood ready on standby, and Cementos promised to intervene if anyone went too far. The match began. Izuku approached Shinso but suddenly froze in place. Ojiro groaned, realizing the danger of Shinso's quirk. Shinso began issuing commands, and to Mai's horror Izuku started to walk toward the edge of the ring as if under someone else's control. Mai strained to shout, but he was not in control of his steps. Just before he crossed the boundary, Izuku produced a sudden gust of wind and halted himself, an instinctive burst of power that looked like a familiar ability used without full awareness. The crowd erupted in cheers for Izuku, and Ida praised his resolve from the stands. Mai noticed that Izuku's hand had clearly been strained by the effort, He winced but had avoided losing the match. She promised herself she would scold him later, relieved that he was still in the fight. Shinso and Izuku then clashed properly, trading rapid movements and bursts of energy in a tense, anime-style duel that swept across the arena without any graphic injury. The match intensified as both students pushed their limits. Shinso punched him in the face as Izuku pushed him to the end of the field. They kept fighting until Izuku flipped Shinso out of bounds, just as he had with Bakugo in earlier combat training. Izuku won. The announcer declared that Shinso was out of bounds and that Midoriya advanced to the next match. The crowd and classmates cheered, but the narrator ran from the stands to where Recovery Girl was waiting for Midoriya. The narrator thought of Recovery Girl as a grandmother figure. When the narrator's father had to work late, Recovery Girl would watch her at UA, and she had learned a lot about healing through Recovery Girl's quirk. The door opened to reveal Izuku. The narrator ran forward and hugged him. The narrator congratulated him warmly. Izuku stammered, his face flushing. All Might entered as Izuku sat down. Izuku announced All Might's presence and mentioned that the narrator was there. All Might looked surprised and hurt that the narrator had known about One for All without telling him. The narrator pointed out that All Might had also never told her, so they were even. Recovery Girl used her healing quirk and wrapped bandages around Izuku. She asked teasingly if he had been putting too much pressure on himself again and playfully nudged him. The narrator glared at All Might and prepared to retaliate, but Izuku held her hand and said that the punishment had been necessary, though it had hurt. The narrator said it was time to go because the next match was about to begin and she wanted to see Todoroki. She hugged Recovery Girl and All Might, then ruffled Zuku's hair and told him to rest. All Might began to tease Izuku, and the narrator laughed as she returned to the stands to wait for Todoroki and Shiro's match. Before reaching the stands, the narrator saw Todoroki walking in the hallways and called after him. Todoroki acknowledged her and remarked on Midoriya's win. The narrator said she was happy about Midoriya but would be happy when Todoroki won as well. They walked together until Todoroki stopped as Endeavor appeared. Endeavor confronted Todoroki about his conduct, arguing that Todoroki should use the power in his left side for overwhelming victories and stop letting childish rebellion hold him back. Endeavor insisted that Todoroki had a duty to surpass All Might and declared Todoroki to be his greatest masterpiece. Those words made the narrator stop. She turned to face Endeavor and scornfully rejected his claim, saying that Todoroki was not a creation to be owned. The narrator insisted that if Todoroki became stronger than anyone, it would be because of his own passion and power, not Endeavor's. She grabbed Todoroki's arm and pulled him away. The narrator then realized she had spoken forcefully and admitted to herself that she could not believe she had confronted Endeavor so bluntly. Todoroki told her she did not have to defend him, but the narrator replied that she would always stand up for her friends. She said this was her stop and that she would see him after he won. Todoroki thanked her for everything she had done, and she promised she would do it again if needed before heading back to the stands. Back in the stands, the narrator was joined by friends who had saved a seat. They welcomed her and settled in. The announcer introduced the next competitors, presenting Hantashiro from Class 1A against Shoto Todoroki. When the match began, Shiro used his tape quirk to trap Todoroki and attempted to lead him out of bounds. In response, Todoroki unleashed a large ice attack that expanded across half the stadium. Ice quickly threatened the audience, and the narrator used her earth-based quirk to form protective barriers to shield classmates and bystanders. The building shook from the force of the attack, and even Midnight and others were affected. Officials declared that Shiro had been immobilized and that Todoroki advanced to the next round. The narrator lowered her wall and looked at the massive ice formation. She decided to help melt it. The narrator joined the teachers and Todoroki in the effort to clear the ice. She asked Midnight if she could help, and Midnight welcomed the assistance, noting that melting it would take a long time without help. The narrator stood beside Todoroki and focused her fire to help break down the ice. Todoroki admitted he had been angry. The narrator reminded him that the attack had almost hit their group and that she had to protect everyone. Todoroki apologized, explaining he had not intended the attack to be so large. The narrator reassured him that everyone got angry sometimes. Together they worked until the ice was finally melted. The arena was cleared, and the finals were ready to continue. The announcer apologized for the delay, noted that the ice had been removed, and introduced the next competitor from Class 1B, Ibara Shiozaki from the hero course. The announcer introduced Denki Kaminari as the boy with the electric personality and declared him another hero in the making. The crowd cheered, and the announcer urged everyone to keep their eyes peeled for a flashy battle. Jiro remarked that Kaminari was going to lose, and Kirishima told everyone to have some faith in him. Another student commented that they had faith he would lose, and Mai started to object but stopped herself. The battle began and ended almost immediately. Kaminari unleashed his electricity, but Shiozaki blocked it with her hair, then used the hair to grab and immobilize him. The announcer declared Kaminari immobilized and the match over. A student crowed that they had been right about the outcome, while another accused them of jinxing it. Izuku murmured into his notebook that he had seen Kaminari in action and that Shiozaki had placed fourth in the entrance exam, and Mai, Kirishima, Tokoyami and Achiko all kept staring at him. Mai told Izuku to take a moment to relax before planning the next match. Izuku was startled and apologized, explaining that he sometimes did not realize he was talking out loud while taking notes. Achiko asked to see the notebook, and Izuku handed it to Mai. Achiko complimented Izuku's attention to detail, and Izuku thanked her. As Mai flipped through the pages, she found a description noting that her quirk was elemental and that she could control the 4 elements, with air and water being her strongest. The notes covered her fighting style and costumes. The last line, partially crossed out, said that Mai was really pretty. Seeing that made her blush, she returned the notebook and fell silent so she would not confess anything. It was now Mai's turn to fight Tenya Ida. The announcer introduced Tenya Ida from the hero course, the student with engines in his legs, against Mai Aizawa, the element manipulator. The announcer signaled the start. Ida charged at full speed. Mai used air to lift herself and reposition, then raised pillars of earth to block him. He got around them and barreled toward her, so she used ice to freeze his engines and then lifted him out of bounds with earth. Midnight announced that Aizawa advanced to the next. Mai helped Ida to his feet and unthawed his engines. Ida praised Mai for her performance, and Mai told him he had been very fast. They walked out of the stadium together, talking as if they had never really fought. Achiko hugged Mai as she returned to her seat and told her she had done an amazing job, also praising Ida. Izuku called the match awesome, and Mai and Ida both thanked them. Achiko said she had to go and promised to meet Mai before her match. Next came Aoyama and Mina. Izuku continued taking notes and formulated a plan based on their quirks. That plan matched exactly what Mina and Aoyama attempted in the ring. Aoyama kept firing lasers while Mina dodged, until his stomach pain forced him to stop. Mina seized the opportunity, disrupted his belt, and landed a punch. Aoyama fainted, and the announcer declared Mina Ishido the winner. Izuku continued to murmur and jot down observations. Then Yaoyorozu faced Tokoyami. Ojiro asked Izuku how he thought it would end, and Izuku said that timing would be the key. Dark Shadow attacked immediately. Yaoyorozu formed a shield to block it, but continuous assaults kept her from focusing on her own creations. Dark Shadow pushed her out of bounds, and the announcer awarded the match to Tokoyami. Mai felt sorry for Yaoyorozu and thought she needed to work on speed and incorporating more offense rather than relying solely on defense. Kirishima and Tetsu took the ring next. Mai realized she had not seen Achiko in a while and decided to check on her because Achiko was up next against Bakugo and likely nervous. Mai admitted to herself that her own match was not immediate and that she was apprehensive about fighting someone who did not want to fight. She knew she needed a strategy for Achiko's vine-like hair. Mai told Izuku she was going to check on Achiko and asked him to let her know who won. Izuku asked to come along, and they walked to the class waiting room together. They found Achiko talking with Ida. Mai greeted Achiko and asked if she was okay. Achiko said she was scared and nervous but managing. Ida remarked that he worried Bakugo would not hold back, and Achiko whimpered at the thought. Mai scolded Ida for saying such a thing, and Izuku offered a notebook with a plan for how Achiko could use her quirk against Bakugo. Achiko thanked him and accepted the help. Izuku encouraged her, and Mai felt reassured by their support as they headed back toward the arena to prepare. Midoriya realized he might have been relying on the others more than he admitted. He felt embarrassed when Ida had said he was trying his best to beat the other boy. In Midoriya's mind, everyone was working toward their future and giving it their best, which meant they were all rivals, even Mai and himself. He told Mai that he would see her in the finals. She walked out of the room. Midoriya hoped she would be okay. The match against Kirishima and Tetsu ended in a tie, both becoming immobilized at the same time. Achiko and Bakugo entered the arena from opposite sides and moved onto the platform. Midoriya felt anxious for his friend. The announcer introduced the fighters and declared the last round of the first matches underway. Midoriya silently begged for Achiko to be safe and recalled how much she meant to him. Back in the stands, most classmates were seated while Midoriya stood by the railing. Mai said she could not sit because she needed to be ready in case Achiko was hurt. Midoriya tried to reassure her that Achiko would be fine. Mai admitted she only hoped Achiko would not be badly hurt, remembering that Achiko had been one of the first classmates who treated her as a friend without ulterior motives. Ida asked Midoriya what strategy he had suggested that might give Uraraka an advantage against Bakugo. Midoriya explained that he had no elaborate plan. Bakugo was overwhelmingly strong in close combat and moved with explosive agility, but if Uraraka could touch him even once, she could use her quirk to make him float and potentially send him out of bounds. This idea sounded promising to Midoriya. As the match began, Achiko sprinted toward Bakugo. Spectators marveled at her speed and discussed how she only needed one successful touch. Bakugo relied on counterattacks and kept exploding to keep her at bay. When Bakugo detonated an explosion right in Achiko's path, classmates called her name in concern. She used her jacket as a decoy and tried to approach from the side, but Bakugo noticed and blasted again, keeping her within the bounds. Despite his repeated attacks, Achiko kept surprising everyone by approaching from unexpected angles. Midoriya could not watch and slumped into his seat, hiding his face against Zuku's shoulder. He froze with worry until he felt Zuku relax and allow him to stay. Explosions echoed through the arena and a chorus of boos rose from the crowd, accusing Bakugo of bullying and demanding the match be stopped. Midoriya's father criticized those who shouted, pointing out that if someone was serious about hero work, they would understand Bakugo's intensity as a response to the strength of his opponent. Bakugo's determination was an acknowledgement of Uraraka's worth, his father argued. Midoriya lifted his head when Mai urged him to look. Achiko stood with fragments of concrete suspended above the arena. She had planned to use the debris as a finishing move. The crowd gasped as the debris began to fall like a meteor shower. Zuku pointed out that Achiko had planned this all along. Achiko launched herself toward Bakugo, but he blasted the debris away and the resulting shock pushed her back. The stadium shook from the force of the explosion, and commentators declared that Bakugo had destroyed Uraraka's finishing move and remained unscathed. Achiko lay motionless for a moment, then rose to her feet. Bakugo charged toward her. She faltered and fell again. Announcers declared that Uraraka was down and appeared to have passed her limit. Determined, she continued to crawl toward Bakugo. A professional stepped in and attended to her while the match result was confirmed. Bakugo advanced to the second round. Midoriya immediately rushed toward the arena entrance to be with Achiko. Recovery Girl treated Achiko in the waiting room. She appeared shaken but stable. Midoriya resolved to help however he could. Todoroki and Zuku were scheduled to compete next, and Midoriya worried aloud that Zuku would do something heroic and possibly get hurt. Achiko reassured him that it was not certain. Zuku then walked through the door, apologetic about getting carried away and disappointed about the loss. He explained that Recovery Girl and another student had helped him, being careful not to exhaust him further and taking care of his cuts. Zuku seemed relieved, and Midoriya felt a complicated mix of emotions but reminded himself that Achiko was his friend and that Zuku and he were not in a relationship. Mai interrupted Midoriya when she tried to get his attention. Midoriya realized he had been zoning out and said he had to go. He asked if Mai would watch his match and she agreed. Achiko said she needed to make a call first, and Midoriya prepared to move on to the next event. She said she would be there soon. Achiko asked if everything was okay, and the narrator said she just needed to call her dad and tell him how it went. Achiko offered to stay with everyone and watch the match. The narrator hugged her and walked off with Izuku. The narrator apologized for using Izuku to hide her face, explaining she might have made him uncomfortable. Izuku shook his head and insisted he had not been uncomfortable and had even liked the moment. The narrator turned her head to hide a blush and admitted she had liked it too. Izuku said this was his stop and wished her a good match. He walked away and the narrator went to the field to find Todoroki. The narrator approached Todoroki and said she wanted to talk. Todoroki acknowledged her. She asked him not to go easy on Izuku but also not to try to hurt him beyond what the contest required. She could not explain why, only that it would be important for Todoroki. She slipped her arms around his neck and hugged him. It took him a moment, but he wrapped his arms around her waist and hugged her back, whispering thanks as he let go. He turned and walked onto the field. The narrator hoped neither of them would be blamed for what Izuku was about to do. The narrator sat down beside Achiko and asked what had happened to her eyes. Achiko said her eyes just hurt and offered a weak smile. The narrator decided not to pry and told her she was there for support. The stadium buzzed with anticipation for the second round's first match, Shoto Todoroki vs Izuku Midoriya. The narrator noticed Endeavor watching from across the stadium with a fierce expression. Students discussed the matchup, with Ida asking how it would go and Tokoyami saying it depended on whether Midoriya could get close to Todoroki. The narrator murmured that it was not only ice Midoriya needed to avoid. The match began. Todoroki opened with an ice attack, but Midoriya countered with wind pressure that shattered the ice, and Midoriya ended up injuring his hand in the process. Commentators praised Midoriya's opening response. Todoroki continued sending ice attacks, and Midoriya kept breaking them. Todoroki closed in, and Midoriya used his quirk again. Todoroki leaped and aimed a punch, but Midoriya moved just in time. Todoroki caught Midoriya's foot with ice, and Midoriya struck the ice apart, ripping the sleeve of his uniform. The narrator noted Midoriya's surprising strength, but the clash left Midoriya's arm injured. Spectators speculated whether Todoroki's assault might be a finishing move, but Midoriya's powerful wind pressure shattered the ice and nearly sent Todoroki out of bounds. Todoroki steadied himself with more ice. Something Midoriya said angered Todoroki. The crowd reacted with astonishment and excitement as Midoriya landed a solid punch. Todoroki reinforced his injured arm with ice for protection. The fight kept escalating. Midoriya shouted at Todoroki throughout the exchange, and then Midoriya said something that pushed Todoroki to use his left side his fire. The crowd recognized the change and cheered as Todoroki began to use his full power. From the stands, Endeavor called out words of fierce encouragement. The crowd reacted uneasily to his intensity. Midoriya and Todoroki prepared for a major clash. Protective walls put up by Cementos were ineffective. Their attacks passed through and shattered the barriers. The resulting smoke, dust, and wind obscured the ring and created a sudden, explosive burst of air and heat. The narrator shouted in surprise and looked over to find Uncle Mike flipped over in his chair, which made the narrator laugh despite the chaos. The narrator's father explained that the air had been rapidly compressed and heated after being cooled, which caused the dramatic burst. Uncle Mike recovered and reacted loudly to the intensity of the blast. When the smoke finally cleared, Midoriya had been blasted against a wall and had fallen out of bounds. The officials ruled Midoriya out, and Todoroki was declared the winner, advancing to the third round. Todoroki stood as part of his uniform showed signs of having been burned away from the intense use of flame. The narrator announced an intention to go to Recovery Girl to give Midoriya a stern lecture. Achiko urged them to be gentle. The narrator walked to Recovery Girl's room. Recovery Girl turned and said she had expected the narrator to come after seeing Midoriya injure his hand. The narrator replied that she was there to scold him, and Recovery Girl said that would have to wait. They told Mai that he was unconscious and, because of his serious injuries, he was going to be asleep for a while. Mai decided she should go. There was no point in waiting around if it was almost her turn to fight again. A friend asked if something was going on between her and Midoriya, and Mai stammered that she liked him but did not know if it was love. The friend, with a smile and a little confidence, said that after a lifetime of watching people, She could tell what love looked like and suggested Mai might be seeing it. Mai admitted she liked him but worried that if he did not feel the same it could hurt their friendship. The friend encouraged her, saying nobody looked at someone the way he did without them having a special place in their heart. Mai left Recovery Girl's room after Izuku arrived. Recovery Girl had warned that Izuku might need surgery to heal completely. He had been unconscious when he came in and remained so when Mai left. Recovery Girl's words echoed in her head. Could Izuku like her the way she liked him? He flushed and stumbled around her. With others he behaved normally. Mai resolved to talk to him after the sports festival and hoped she was right. She walked to the waiting room to meet Todoroki, but he was already there. Mai rushed over and hugged him, grateful and proud of his performance. Todoroki thanked her and asked if she was upset that he had won. Mai laughed and told him she was proud and that one of them had to win. She would have reacted the same way if Izuku had won. Todoroki, a little embarrassed, confessed he had used his fire and then quickly apologized when Mai asked why he had been holding her. He explained he had wanted to offer comfort. Mai told him to go change into the spare uniform provided for unusual situations, and he left for the locker room. It was now Mai's turn against Shiozaki. Shiozaki's vines shot toward her, and Mai rose a wall of earth to block them. She realized she could try a subtle binding technique she had practiced only once before. It was difficult, but she steadied herself and performed the precise movements she had learned. The technique slowed Shiozaki, and the announcer noted that it looked like Aizawa had gained control over Shiozaki's body. Mai guided Shiozaki toward the boundary line and released her, exhausted from the effort. When Shiozaki stepped out of bounds, the match was called in Mai's favor. Mai returned to the stands, where Achiko, Ida, and Todoroki congratulated her. Tokoyami faced Ishido next. Dark Shadow pressed forward relentlessly until Ishido was pushed out of bounds. The announcer declared Tokoyami the winner. Kirishima and Bakugo fought fiercely afterward. Kirishima threw a flurry of punches that Bakugo skillfully evaded until Bakugo countered and knocked Kirishima out, earning the win. The final four were set: Todoroki, Mai, Tokoyami, and Bakugo. Mai felt the pressure and her friends expressed their confidence in her. She and Todoroki stood opposite each other for their match. Todoroki warned Mai not to go easy on him, and Mai responded that she would not, as long as he did not either. They began. Todoroki launched ice, and Mai used earth to form a boulder that pushed him back. She followed with a quick fire attack that he blocked. Todoroki attempted another icy strike, which Mai countered with water and a careful maneuver. She still felt the sting from sparks and singed fabric where their elements collided. Mai dug into the ground, creating a sudden opening and reappearing behind Todoroki to press with fire. He countered with a flurry of ice that she melted, and the two traded moves in a tense back and forth. Todoroki kept moving, making it difficult for Mai to attempt the subtle binding technique again, so she prepared her signature finishing move, air, a fusion of wind and fire she had developed as a child. She lifted herself with a gust and shaped a glowing ball of heated air above, sending it down toward Todoroki. He managed to deflect it, but the impact shifted his balance and carried him backward across the boundary. The announcer declared Mai the winner of the match. The stadium erupted in cheers. Among her classmates, Izuku was standing with Ida and Achiko, cheering and jumping in celebration. Mai smiled as she walked back with Todoroki. Todoroki teased that she always won, and Mai laughed, reminding him that she had created that finishing move when she was 10 after watching her father teach. Todoroki complimented her skill, and they returned to their seats together. Back at their classmates' area, Mai was surrounded by excited questions and compliments about the match and her arrow fire technique. Friends asked when she had learned such a move, praised her performance, and marveled at how quickly she had advanced. Mai, blushing but pleased, told them she had developed it when she was 10. Mai said she was there on recommendations and thanked them, adding that she had almost been ready to lose as well. Everyone laughed, and then she nearly had the wind knocked out of her. Mai told O that O could have killed her. O apologized and said she was so happy Mai was okay. Mai insisted she was fine and reminded them she beat Todoroki in training all the time, asking if they had not had faith in her. One of the others replied that of course they did, but warned that since Todoroki now used his fire, There had been a chance Mai could get hurt. Mai admitted that Todoroki had burned her. Izuku stammered Mai's name. Mai greeted him and noted that the surgery seemed to have gone well. Izuku asked how she knew, and Mai explained she had been there when he came in unconscious and had planned to lecture him, but he seemed to have learned his lesson already as she gestured to his bandages. Mai invited him to sit, patted the seat beside her, and Izuku praised how amazing and powerful she had been. Mai thanked him and teased that he was sweet and cute while ruffling his hair, which made his face flush. There was no time for his response before the Tokoyami vs. Bakugo match began. Observers noted that Dark Shadow kept blocking Bakugo's explosions, but the light from the blasts weakened Dark Shadow. One of them commented that Tokoyami could not go on the offense because of the light, and that many people did not know about that weakness. Another suggested Bakugo might not have figured it out yet. Kaminari joked that Mai was starting to sound like Midoriya and that the two would be perfect together, which made Mai glare at him and he immediately backed down. Shiro laughed at the exchange. Smoke filled the arena and visibility dropped. Kirishima called out that he couldn't see a thing. Someone observed that it looked like Bakugo had figured out Tokoyami's quirk. Bakugo was seen holding Tokoyami by the beak and preparing an attack when the match was called for Bakugo, giving the final match as Katsuki Bakugo vs. Mai Aizawa. Mai and Bakugo exchanged glares. After the match, O lamented for Tokoyami. Mai remarked that now she had to fight Bakugo. Izuku asked what she planned to do, and Mai said she did not know yet and would act on what felt right once the fight started. Izuku suggested having a strategy, and Mai agreed she should have one but worried Bakugo would figure it out the moment she entered the field. She decided to head to the waiting room. In the waiting room she found Todoroki, who said he had come to see her before she fought Bakugo. Mai asked if he thought she would lose. Todoroki replied confidently that she would win, arguing that if she could beat everyone else and he had proper training, she could beat Bakugo, who had only begun focused training since entering UA. Mai admitted she had not thought of it that way and thanked him. She attempted to hug him, but the moment was interrupted when Bakugo kicked the door open angrily and demanded to know what they were doing there. Mai stepped back from Todoroki and explained it was a waiting room. Bakugo noticed the sign for waiting room number 2 and swore under his breath about being in the wrong room. He insisted he would still be on top of his game, slammed his hand down on the table, and activated his quirk on it. Bakugo told Mai to bring everything she had and called her a nickname he meant to taunt, saying she made explosions pop. Mai shot back, and Bakugo reacted in anger, vowing to take her down. He kicked the table away and told Mai that it was all between them and that she should focus on the match, asserting that her feelings did not matter and demanding she not hold back so everyone would know he beat her at her best. Then he left the room. Todoroki checked that Mai was okay. Mai said she was fine and revealed that she had a crush on Izuku. Todoroki looked puzzled and asked if she knew what a crush meant, joking about training. Before they could continue, the announcer called them to the final battle of the UA High School Sports Festival. The crowd cheered as Katsuki Bakugo and Mai Aizawa stood head-to-head. The announcer declared the beginning of the match. Mai launched a rapid rock attack that Bakugo managed to break with his quirk, but then he was temporarily buried under the debris. Commentators wondered if a winner had already been decided, but Mai held back from celebrating too early. Bakugo broke free from the rocks, and the burst of wind made Mai jump back. Someone observed that Mai's attacks were powerful but her aim was poor. The two ran toward each other, each anticipating the other's moves. Mai suspected Bakugo would try to dodge and had planned accordingly. When Bakugo used his explosion to turn left, she used a gust of air to push him back. He landed on his back but rose quickly. Bakugo shouted that she should not underestimate him and charged again. She used water to glide over him, drenching him. It worked because his quirk depended on sweat. Without it, his attacks lost power. She felt a small surge of pride at the clever move. The announcer noted that Aizawa had used a wave to avoid Bakugo's blast and called it entertaining. She circled Bakugo with water and then froze it. When he jumped, she grabbed his arm, encased it in ice, spun him once, and threw him. He nearly went out of bounds but arrested himself with his quirk. Bakugo snapped that she could do better, and an analyst explained that Mai had timed her attack to freeze his arm, showing she had done her research. Another commentator observed that Bakugo was performing well but that his attacks were slowing because of the ice. Bakugo hurled insults and threats. She replied that she had trained more. He ran toward her, and this time her defense failed. She was forced back through the air but stopped herself mid-flight. From above she could see all the holes his quirk had made in the floor, and an idea formed. She climbed to the top of the stadium and then released her quirk, falling fast because it had to be done. The announcer suggested that Aizawa had reached her limit and was going to fall, but she refused to accept that. Just before she hit the ground, she opened a hole and slipped in, surfacing quietly behind Bakugo. He reacted quickly and nearly struck her, but she used earth to open a pit beneath him, trapping him briefly underground. The announcer described it as a sneak attack that put Bakugo into a hole beneath the arena. Tired, she reopened the hole and Bakugo shot back out with his quirk. Anticipating that, she used air to trap him in place. He tried to blast his way free, but it wasn't working. When she let him drop, officials declared that Bakugo's foot had landed out of bounds and that Aizawa was the winner of the sports festival. Bakugo looked down and realized his foot had indeed crossed the line. Cheers erupted all around, but she felt guilty. She had not intended to win. Exhaustion had made her loosen her hold and let him go. On the verge of passing out, she had set him down without checking where. Bakugo began to speak, but she cut him off and told him to save it, insisting the contest was over. He tried to protest, but when he raised his voice she backed down, and he turned and walked away. She, Bakugo, and Toki had taken the top 3 spots. Bakugo did not outwardly show much emotion, perhaps he was good at hiding it. When they surfaced from underground, the cheering felt much clearer. Fatigue still weighed on her, and she felt sure Bakugo would have won if she had been immobilized. Scanning the crowd, she saw Achiko and Zuku cheering, but Ida was absent. Achiko and Zuku exchanged a quick look before Achiko explained that Ida's mother had called with an emergency. His brother, the hero Ingenium, had been attacked by a villain and was in the hospital. The friends worried and wished there was more they could do, then decided to change out of their uniforms. All Might descended toward the stadium to present the awards. Midnight and All Might spoke at once, ruining the dramatic entrance. Midnight remarked that the entrance had been spoiled and then asked All Might to begin the presentation. He congratulated Todoroki for showing strength and placed a medal around his neck. He then praised Bakugo for his impressive display and encouraged him that with more training he would be a hero in no time. When All Might reached Aizawa, he congratulated her, told her she had done very well and was not far from becoming a hero, and urged her to keep training to match her father. She told him she was already as good, and All Might responded with his iconic laugh and embraced her before stepping back down. All Might addressed the crowd, reminding everyone that any of the first years could have been on the podium and urging them to reflect on how they had challenged and learned from each other. He called them the promising next generation of heroes and asked the audience to join him in shouting the phrase that symbolized their resolve. The crowd's response faltered into an awkward silence, and Midnight teased that it had been the perfect moment. All Might smiled and praised everyone for their effort. After the ceremony, as she walked off the podium, Achiko and Zuku ran up and Achiko wrapped her in a big hug and enthusiastically congratulated her. She expressed that she did not deserve the medal because she had nearly fainted and had set Bakugo down while not watching where he landed. Achiko and Zuku reassured her that it did not matter, she had performed amazingly and deserved the recognition. They all shared a brief moment of warmth before heading to change. Back in the classroom, her father addressed the students, praised their work and announced that they had the next 2 days off to recover. He mentioned that pros who had watched the festival would likely be interested in recruiting some of them and said the school would review draft forms and update the students later. He reminded them to rest and continue training. The students responded respectfully and then began filing out as her father left. Toki offered congratulations again, and she thanked him. Mai watched as the man walked out the door, leaving her and Zuku alone. Zuku was already looking at her when she turned. Zuku stammered a question about whether she was having dinner with Todoroki. Mai explained that Todoroki's sister had invited her and that she liked being asked, and she offered a small, playful wink as a hint, but Zuku did not notice. Mai told him she needed to find her father because she wanted to go home and sleep and that she would see him in 2 days. Izuku said goodbye and left. Midoriya realized that Mai was having dinner with Todoroki. He replayed her wink and the way she had said she liked being asked, and he concluded that it meant she had a crush on Todoroki. Midoriya thought he did not stand a chance. Todoroki seemed better in so many ways. Stronger, taller, more confident. Midoriya wondered whether he needed more power to be noticed by someone like Mai. The day arrived for Mai's dinner with Shoto, Todoroki, and his siblings. She had not met them before, but Shoto had mentioned them enough that she knew the basics. Mai asked her father what she should wear. Her father, seated outside drinking water, asked what the occasion was, and she reminded him that she was having dinner with the Todoroki siblings. When he pressed why, she explained that they were her best friend's siblings and asked his help picking an outfit. She held out 2 hangers, one casual outfit and another even more casual. Her father observed they looked the same, and Mai teased that he was no help and went to ask someone with better fashion sense. Shinso had been training with Mai's father and had spent the last day with them. Mai appealed to him for advice, and he suggested the casual option. Mai thanked him and slipped a quick side hug before running back inside to change. She thought it might seem odd that Shinso was there, but her father was training him to prepare for the hero course next year. They had become friendly quickly. They had only known each other a short time, but they had clicked. Mai knew some things about him, how people viewed his quirk and how he had been judged, and he knew some things about her, including that she was not her father's biological daughter. She had not yet told many people about her family background. She also decided on a nickname for Ida and had settled on calling him Ten. He had given his okay when she asked a few days earlier. Mai changed into the outfit Shinso had recommended, styled her hair into space buns, applied a little makeup, and headed downstairs. She told her father she had to leave to meet Shoto at the train station. Her father advised her to behave. When she mentioned she wanted to show Shinso her outfit, her father said Shinso had just left and that she could catch up to him if she hurried. Mai teased that she would have hugged him, but he had just finished training and was sweaty. Her father waved her off without much fuss. She hurried down the street to catch up with Shinso, who walked at a leisurely pace. Mai called out to him and asked him to look at the outfit he had picked. Shinso complimented it. They traded light conversation about training. Shinso admitted he had fallen many times trying to capture Mai's father with a scarf, and Mai teased him about his struggles. They reached the train station and separated. On the train, Mai sat and closed her eyes, exhausted from nerves. She had spent the night worrying about everything that could go wrong, the Todoroki siblings disliking her, being judged, or even an awkward encounter with Endeavor. She briefly nodded off and woke as the train passed the stop before Shoto's station. She checked her phone and then left the train, stepping out to find Shoto waiting. Mai greeted Shoto with a warm hug and asked how he was. Shoto replied that he was much better, and they headed toward his car. Mai had expected to walk to his house, but Shoto opened the door to a sleek, black car and got in. Mai followed and sat in the back. She was surprised to learn that Shoto had a driver and admitted she did not. Shoto had assumed everyone did, but Mai found the assumption amusing as she looked around the clean, spacious interior. She asked whether she should have brought a gift for the dinner, such as flowers to say thank you. Shoto said it would be fine. His sister had seen Mai at the sports festival and had mentioned her repeatedly. When they arrived at the Todoroki residence, Shoto's sister stood at the door to greet them. She introduced herself as Fuyumi Todoroki and invited Mai in. Mai introduced herself as Todoroki's friend Mai Aizawa. Fuyumi told Mai to call her by her first name if she liked, and Mai offered to give her a nickname, explaining that she liked giving people nicknames. Fuyumi encouraged the idea and asked for Shoto's nickname. Mai explained she called Shoto Toki and that she had also thought of Sho based on his first name. Fuyumi liked those choices and asked what Mai would like to be called. Mai replied that she preferred Mai, and Fuyumi welcomed her inside. Mai thought Aizawa reminded her of her dad. Umi led them inside and brought them to a table laden with food. An older man emerged from a room, and Umi introduced him as Shoto's older brother, Natsuo. Natsuo greeted Mai politely and explained that he could not join them because he had something to do and apologized for the last-minute visit. Umi assured him she would save some food, and Natsuo thanked them before leaving. After he left, Umi invited everyone to eat. That day I learned more about the Todoroki family. Umi and Natsuo both inherited their mother's quirk, and I learned that the family had another older brother who had been lost in a tragic fire. His name had been Toya, and he had inherited his father's quirk. They moved on to discussing life at UA and what it was like for Mai to have her father as a teacher. Mai explained that they kept family out of school, that she called him Dad instead of Mr. Aizawa, and that he called her Mai. Shoto mentioned that it must be nice to have a parent as a teacher, and Mai said it was helpful when he tipped her off about class plans, so she could prepare. They both laughed. Umi asked about Mai's mother. Shoto responded tersely with a name, and Mai interpreted the tension as an indication that some details were private. Mai explained that people did not have to know everything but that she did not mind telling if they asked. She then took a deep breath and began to tell the story she had not shared before. Mai revealed that her dad was not her biological father. He had adopted her at 4 years old. When she was 10, she had been searching through some boxes in her father's room and found adoption papers. A letter addressed to an unfamiliar name had fallen out. Inside was a message from her birth mother full of bitterness and hurt. The letter claimed that Mai had been a danger because her quirk had manifested early and contained cruel wishes and accusations. After reading it, Mai felt unworthy of happiness and withdrew from her father's love, which led to a PRD of severe depression and panic attacks. Her father discovered her in the restroom when she had been on the verge of taking her own life, and he broke down the door before she could harm herself. Mai began to cry as she continued. She described being hospitalized, where a woman had helped her through recovery by sharing her own experiences and offering motherly support. A year later, Mai returned home with her father. He admitted that he had kept the letter because he thought she should see it when she was older, but they ultimately decided to destroy it. Because Mai had control over fire and water, she burned the letter herself and kept no mementos of her birth mother. Umi reached across the table and placed her hand over Mai's in sympathy. Umi asked why Mai had never told her the whole story before, and Mai answered that it had never felt like the right time to share her trauma. Shoto added that something similar had happened to their mother, who had also been hospitalized, and that he and Natsuo had visited her occasionally. Shoto had not visited until recently, and Umi expressed surprise. Shoto confirmed that everything had gone well and seemed relieved. Mai hugged Shoto in gratitude, and Umi told Mai she was glad Mai felt comfortable enough to confide in them. They continued talking for a little while, but soon it was time for Mai to go home. Umi urged Shoto to walk Mai to the gate, and he agreed. They walked together to the end of the driveway in a comfortable silence. Shoto said he liked Mai's sister and hoped to meet Natsuo next time. He asked why Mai had not told him about her mother earlier, and Mai pointed out that friends did not always share everything and reminded him that he himself had not mentioned his visit the day before. Shoto admitted he was serious in asking because Mai was his first friend, and Mai explained that she had shared her story before with a woman at the hospital she called R, who had preferred to be known only by an initial. That was the reason Mai had nicknamed Achiko as O. The two women had helped her a great deal. Shoto asked why he did not have a similar nickname, and Mai replied that his nicknames made him special. She thanked him for dinner, said her father would pick her up at the station, and gave him a hug before leaving. After her father picked her up at the train station, they went straight home because Mai was tired. She carried Shadow back to her room and thanked her father for picking her up. Her father noticed her red eyes and asked what had happened and whether Todoroki had done anything to upset her. Mai reassured him that she was okay and that she had simply told the others about her mother and had gotten emotional. Her father breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Aizawa joked that he would not have to kill Todoroki and that he tolerated that kid. Mai reacted to the comment, and her companion, a pro-hero, warned him not to speak like that in public. He countered that if anyone harmed his daughter, they would pay. Mai teased that he loved her, and he lightly flicked her forehead in reply. He told her to go to sleep because she had school tomorrow. She protested that it hurt and asked if he wanted to do it again. Mai ran to her room, set Shadow down on the bed, changed, and went to sleep. It was raining the next morning, and Mai watched the drops slide down the window as her classmates talked. Mina said that it felt strange being recognized from TV. Several students shared similar experiences. Siro mentioned that a group of elementary school kids had yelled at him, and Tsu guessed what they had shouted, earning a chuckle. Kaminari compared their sudden attention to celebrity, and Mineta commented on how amazing the school was. Their conversation ended when the classroom door opened and Aizawa came in. Aizawa greeted them and the class returned the greeting. Tsu made a frog sound and noted that Mr. Aizawa no longer had bandages. Mai had been meaning to tell them that Aizawa had his bandages removed the previous day. He had surprised her when he picked her up and the scar beneath his right eye stood out. She thought the scar made him look more intimidating in a protective way. Aizawa explained that the school would start with a large lesson on hero informatics and moved into the matter of codenames. He reminded them that the pro-hero draft picks he had mentioned before were relevant now. Normally students did not face recruitment until later years, but their class was different. By offering spots to first years, professionals were investing in potential. Any offer could be rescinded before graduation. Mineta slammed his desk and complained about selfish adults. Mina asked whether recruits still had to prove themselves after being recruited, and Aizawa confirmed that they would. He then displayed the totals for those who had already received offers. The board showed the following. Mai Aizawa, 6,756. Shoto Todoroki, 4,123. Katsuki Bakugo, 3,556. Fumikage Tokimi, 360. Tenya Ida, 301. Denki Kaminari, 272. Momoyoro's, 108. Eijiro Kirishima, 68. Achiko Uraraka, 20. Antasiro, 14. Mai stared at her own number in surprise. Aizawa noted that past years had been more evenly distributed and that this year showed a large gap. Kaminari complained that it was unfair. Aoyama asked about being the real star, and Jiro observed that Todoroki had ranked ahead of Bakugo despite their festival placements. Siro said that some professionals were probably put off by someone who got angry easily, and Bakugo roared that any pro he had scared was weak. Mai glanced over at Achiko intending to praise her, but Achiko was busy scolding Ida and speaking with him. Mineta pointed out that Midoriya had not gotten any offers and mocked the unusual way he had fought, prompting another student to defend Midoriya. Mai responded with a thrown paper ball that landed on Mineta and sent him tumbling in his chair. Aizawa reassured the class that regardless of offers, everyone would in turn with pro-heroes. He reminded them that they had already seen real villain combat during the attack on the training facility and that observing professionals firsthand would still be invaluable. Sato chimed in about needing hero names, and Achiko added that things were suddenly getting more fun. Before they could write names, Midnight entered the room and warned them that the names they chose could stick for life, so they should choose carefully. Aizawa agreed that Midnight would have final approval and emphasized the importance of a codename in shaping a hero's image and future. He used All Might as an example and handed out whiteboards and markers. Mai accepted one and passed the rest along. Mai worried quietly about finding a name that represented her goal, a peacemaker who maintained balance. She decided to wait until the end of class before committing, wanting the option to change her mind. When Midnight asked who was ready to share names, Aoyama stepped forward and presented his. He announced it with dramatic flair that translated as a sparkling persona, and Midnight helped shorten and tidy the phrasing. Aoyama referred to his friends and reveled in the attention, and Sato remarked that his act was just that, an act. Mina went next and proposed a monstrous-sounding name, but Midnight objected, and Mina returned to her seat looking deflated. Tsu then raised her hand and revealed a name she had kept since grade school, Rainy Season Hero, Froppy. The class responded warmly, chanting her chosen name and making her feel accepted. Mai felt reassured and less worried about her own choice. Kirishima shared his name afterward. He explained that he chose Red Riot as a tribute to a chivalrous hero he admired and that Crimson Riot was his idol. He expressed a genuine desire to emulate that older hero's values. The room listened as the students continued to name themselves and shape the first steps of their future identities. The teacher reminded the class that bearing the name of someone they admired would give them even more to live up to, and the narrator accepted the challenge. Jiro stood and introduced himself as the hearing hero, Earphone Jack. Classmates reacted positively to the choice. Shoji announced himself as the tentacle hero, Tentacle, and classmates complimented the clever portmanteau. Siro revealed his name as the Taping Hero, Cellophane, and others agreed it was fitting. Ojiro named himself the Martial Hero, Tailman, which drew predictable acknowledgement. Sato declared himself the Sweets Hero, Sugarman, earning approval from the class. Mina chose Pinky, and a friend encouraged her to use her expressions and presence to make the name work for her. Kaminari introduced himself as the Stun Gun Hero, Charge Bolt, and classmates teased that the name was energizing. Yaoyorozu hesitated and then presented herself as the Everything Hero, Creati, prompting praise for the creativity of the name. Sho simply gave his name as Shoto. Classmates ribbed him for offering nothing more elaborate, and he remained reserved. Tokoyami announced himself as the Jet Black Hero, Tsukuyami, with someone noting the dark, enigmatic tone of the name. Mineta called himself the Fresh-Picked Hero, Grape Juice, and classmates found the name kitschy in a playful way. Koda revealed his name as the Petting Hero, Anima, which earned straightforward approval. Bakugo proposed an explosive, violent-sounding name, King Explosion Murder. The teacher cautioned that the name was too violent for a public hero title and suggested something less aggressive. Bakugo bristled at the criticism but was nudged toward a calmer option. Uraraka announced her name as Uravity. Classmates immediately expressed affection for the name and compared it favorably to Shoto's. The narrator observed that choosing names was going faster than expected, leaving only young Bakugo, young Ida, young Midoriya, and young Aizawa. Ida stood and used his real name, Tenya, leaving some classmates to wonder if he had decided not to adopt a hero alias. Midoriya stepped forward and revealed the name Deku. The narrator felt a surge of emotion at how well the name suited him. Classmates questioned whether he was sure, and Midoriya explained that he had once disliked the name but had come to appreciate its different meaning after someone important had influenced him. The narrator and Midoriya exchanged a meaningful look and smiled at each other. The narrator then chose a hero name for themselves, the Peacekeeper Hero, the Avatar, which drew positive reactions from classmates. Bakugo returned to the front and restated his aggressive choice, prompting another reminder about the appropriateness of hero names. With names settled, the teacher moved on to the topic of upcoming internships. The internships would last 1 week. Students who had been on the board would choose from their offers, while everyone else would receive a different list. The teacher presented a compilation of agencies, explaining that around 40 agencies across the country had agreed to accept interns from their class and each agency specialized in different aspects of hero work. Midnight used an example to illustrate the point, encouraging students to choose placements that matched the skills they wanted to develop, whether rescuing or fighting. The teacher instructed the students to submit their choices before the weekend, leaving them 2 days to decide. The narrator studied the internship options and recognized a familiar agency at the top of one list, Endeavor's agency. They walked to the back of the classroom and sat on Toki's desk to show him. Toki's eyes widened when he saw the offer from Endeavor. Toki acknowledged that he had an offer as well and implied that it was expected, given his connection. The narrator asked if Toki wanted to go and Toki admitted uncertainty but noted Endeavor's reputation as the number 2 hero. The narrator reassured him that there were many choices and offered to go with him if he chose that agency, insisting that their interest was genuine and not just to support him. Toki demurred, and the narrator patted his head before returning to their seat. Before sitting, the narrator also stopped at Zuku's desk and sat on the table. Zuku seemed distracted and muttering, so the narrator called attention to him and fluffed his hair to get a reaction. Zuku startled and addressed the narrator, and Tsuyu approached, commenting that Zuku had been thinking hard about his decision. Ojiro asked who had already settled on a pick, and Uraraka revealed she had chosen to intern with the agency run by the battle hero Gunhead. Classmates expressed mild surprise because Gunhead focused on brawling rather than rescuing, and Uraraka explained that she wanted to learn fighting skills to broaden her abilities and perspectives after recent experiences had shown her the value of strength. Zuku's trembling prompted questions. He explained that it was a form of exercise, an isometric training method used to hold his posture and work muscles without movement, a practical, old-fashioned technique one classmate described as effective. Bakugo muttered disdainfully in the background, and Tokoyami offered a cryptic observation about skill governing action, which prompted another student to call him wise. As class ended, the narrator invited Izuku to walk together until they had to return. Izuku agreed, and the narrator looked for Ida to join them but found his seat empty. Izuku guessed that Ida had already finalized his internship and was likely turning in his form. They opened the door and stepped out together. All Might rushed to the door, announcing that he was in a bizarre position. I asked what he meant and why he was in such a hurry. All Might motioned for us to come with him and singled out Mini Aizawa as well. I agreed, and Izuku told O that he would walk with her later. O waved us off and said she needed to turn in her forms. We followed All Might until he stopped by the restrooms. He got straight to the point. Midoriya had received an offer from a hero who wanted to take him on. I asked who it was. All Might explained that the hero was Gran Torino, who had taught at the school for a year back in All Might's day and had even been his homeroom teacher. I reacted with excitement and grabbed Zuku's shoulders, shaking him, telling him this was huge. All Might added that Gran Torino knew about One for All and that might be why he had asked for me. He tried to sort through his thoughts about whether a letter or a festival performance had prompted the offer and fidgeted so much he scolded his own legs for shaking. I told him he was scaring me. All Might reminded me that it was his duty to train me but encouraged me to accept the offer and work with Gran Torino for the week if that was what I wanted, then handed Izuku a piece of paper with the address. Izuku remarked that he could not tell whether All Might was trying to make Gran Torino seem intimidating or whether he was genuinely afraid. All Might then turned to Mini Aizawa and said she had received another offer. She was surprised to hear that the offer came from the Hawks agency and declared it so cool, admitting Hawks was her third favorite hero after her dad and All Might. She said she already had her choice picked out, and when All Might asked who it was, she revealed that she would be interning with Endeavor, the number 2 hero. All Might reacted with surprise at the choice. We said our goodbyes to All Might and went our separate ways. Ida seemed to have left already. Izuku checked Ida's shoe locker to confirm. I told everyone I would go find my dad and that we would see each other tomorrow, giving O a side hug and ruffling Izuku's hair before walking off. Later, O admitted that she found Mai impressive as we watched Mai walk away. I remarked that Mai was something special. O asked me directly what I thought of Mai as a person. I said that Mai was a good person who would make a great hero, but O pressed further to ask whether I had feelings for her. I turned red and stumbled over my words before admitting that I liked Mai as a friend and feared she might not feel the same way. O thought everyone could already tell I liked Mai and assured me she would keep the secret, though she teased that it was not much of a secret at all. I worried that Mai might be playing with my feelings, but O dismissed that possibility. When O pushed me to consider telling Mai, I muttered that I might never do it. She insisted I had to tell her, or she would tell Mai herself. I asked for more time to build confidence, but O doubted that confidence would change anything. I argued that Mai might prefer a strong, confident type, and I did not fit that image. O admitted she had never asked Mai about her type either and proposed a plan that would take some time and require everyone's participation, designed to help both of us figure out what we wanted. I grew curious as she began to explain the idea. Dad reminded everyone to keep their costumes safe and to remember not to wear them out in public yet, and he stressed manners with other heroes during the internships. After the others left, Dad took a moment with me, telling me he would see me in a week and joking not to miss him too much. I hugged him and told him I would miss him, returning his affection. On the train, I found Toki and sat beside him, apologizing for not mentioning that I had chosen my dad's agency. Toki said it was all right and teased that I had copied his choice, taking the comment as a joke. The protagonist remembered there were things left to teach and told their friend so. Their friend explained that because the agency was far away, they would have to stay in the hero dorms. The friend reacted with excitement at getting a whole hotel room to themselves and suggested dropping by at night to teach jokes, sarcasm, and basic social things like what a crush was. The protagonist asked if that was okay, and the friend replied that they loved helping people. The train finally reached their stop and they decided to walk to the agency since it was nearby. The first few days at the agency were pretty amazing. The protagonist admitted they didn't really like Endeavor, but they could not deny his strength. The first day was training and the protagonist learned to use fire much better. On the second day they went out on patrol. It was calm, They did see a villain but did not fight because Endeavor took care of it. That same day the team traveled to Hosu to look for the hero killer. Endeavor thought it would be a good idea for them to follow him. By the time they arrived, chaos was already breaking out and they started running toward the disturbance. Endeavor called out to Shoto and Aizawa that there was trouble ahead and that he would show them what it meant to be a hero. The protagonist's phone vibrated and they stopped running. It was a message from Izuku containing only a location. Panic flared. The protagonist feared Izuku might be in trouble. Toki also stopped and checked his phone. The protagonist noted aloud that Izuku should send more details in situations like this, and Toki suspected their friend was in danger. They began running toward the location Izuku had sent, while Endeavor demanded to know where they were going and instructed them to wait and send pro-reinforcements if needed. The protagonist shouted that their friend might be in trouble and ran faster. When they reached the indicated alley, they saw 3 people on the ground and a figure holding a blade, preparing to strike. The protagonist and Toki launched bursts of fire, but the attacker moved away in time. On closer inspection they realized Ida and Izuku were among those on the ground, along with another hero. The villain, the hero killer, remarked on the new interference as he faced the protagonist and Toki, his blades glinting and their powers lighting the cramped alley. The protagonist chided Izuku for sending only a location and Toki warned they were almost too late. Ida, his voice trembling, asked how they had gotten there and whether they were using their left side. Izuku, regaining what little movement he could, explained how things had unfolded. Toki shifted into a fighting stance and the protagonist matched him. The hero killer attacked with fast, precise strikes and spinning blades. Toki used ice to try to slow him while the protagonist used ice briefly to lift Izuku and the fallen hero out of immediate danger. The protagonist reassured Ida that the pro-heroes would arrive soon and pushed back with more fire, creating a temporary opening that allowed Izuku and the other hero to slide away from the fight. The hero killer commented that the protagonist matched his reputation, but insisted he would not take any more lives. Ida warned not to let the villain get them, explaining in a strained voice that the attacker used contact with victims to immobilize them. His blades were the key. The protagonist suggested they keep their distance and avoid contact with his blades. As the exchange continued, a small blade flew toward Toki and grazed his cheek. Toki set up ice barriers and the hero killer moved like a shadow through the gaps, faster than their eyes could track. He lunged and grabbed at Toki, attempting to use his immobilizing technique. The protagonist reacted with a fireball that knocked the attacker back, but he quickly recovered and leapt back into the fray. Toki reinforced the ice defenses and remarked on the villain's strength. The hero killer taunted that the teens were a distraction and prepared to finish off the heroes still on the ground. Before he could strike, a sudden gust of wind heralded Izuku launching through the air and engaging the villain directly. Izuku shouted that, for some reason, he could move again. Toki observed that the effect must have a time limit, while the fallen hero warned that he still could not move despite Izuku being freed first. The protagonist hypothesized that the duration of the immobilizing effect varied depending on the individual's blood type and asked everyone their blood types. The pro-hero answered that his was B and Ida said his was I. Izuku explained that the hero killer used contact with blood and his blades to paralyze people, and that freeing someone depended on that variable. The hero killer acknowledged their deduction with ironic praise for Aizawa's intellect, curious to see what they would do next. Aizawa asked the villain what he meant. They examined what they knew about Stain's quirk and agreed it did them little good in the moment. They had hoped to hurry and carry the 2 injured out, but Stain was simply too fast and could dodge ice, fire, and Mai's techniques. The plan became to hold their position, avoid close combat, and wait for the professionals. Ida would provide rear support while Izuku and Mai distracted Stain. Mai agreed to follow Izuku into the fight. They acknowledged the danger of facing one killer with 3 people and braced themselves. The fight with Stain continued as Izuku, Toki, and the narrator pressed the attack. Stain struck Izuku again, and the narrator reacted by pushing Izuku out of the way with a burst of fire to keep him from taking another blow. The narrator urgently warned Izuku to be careful and told the others they had to retreat if things got worse. Midoriya, feeling desperate, demanded that Ida stand up and be the hero his brother wanted him to be, even as Toki sent more ice at Stain. Stain sliced through the ice and closed in. Toki and the narrator used coordinated fire, but Stain dodged most of their strikes. Izuku called out a warning about their right flank, and the narrator turned just in time to see Stain moving in on them. The narrator acted a defensive wall, but Stain used the momentum to shift to the left, where Toki pressured him with flames. Stain sneered that relying on ice and fire made them careless fighters, and he came close to delivering a crippling blow to Toki. Before it connected, Ida activated Reciproburst and sprinted to intercept the blade aimed at Toki, kicking the weapon aside and knocking Stain off balance. Izuku shouted in relief as Ida cleared the immediate danger. Someone noted that Ida seemed free of Stain's influence now and that the quirk might not be as absolute as feared. Stain addressed Todoroki, Midoriya and Mai, insisting this attack had nothing personal against them before offering a curt apology. The narrator recoiled at the familiar rhetoric, but insisted they would not let anyone else be hurt on their account. Stain began to denounce the hero society, calling it corrupt and those who pursued fame and money false heroes. Ida countered with a firm refusal to accept murder as justified, but he also confessed quietly that he felt unworthy of the title he carried. A wound along his arm had opened during the fight, and he struggled with the conflict between his conviction and the pressure to live up to his brother's legacy. Todoroki urged Ida not to listen to Stain, while the narrator and Toki continued to press the attack. Stain accused Ida of being a fraud and of prioritizing his own desires. Ida reacted with painful honesty about his failures and his resolve that the name Ingenium could not die. Stain hurled insults and then charged at Ida, but Toki pushed Stain back. And the narrator launched fire attacks to keep him off balance. Stain barked that the hero killer was only after certain targets and demanded that the others stop fighting and flee. The narrator did not believe Stain would allow them to run. Stain moved with uncanny speed from wall to ice to wall, evading most of Toki's fire. The narrator positioned behind Ida while Toki took the forward side to cover each other's backs. The narrator asked Todoroki if he could regulate temperatures precisely, and Todoroki confirmed he could manage his left side imperfectly but well enough. The narrator requested Todoroki freeze his leg without sealing the exhaust in order to hold Stain in place. At that moment a blade flew toward Toki and Ida stepped in to intercept it. Ida told Toki to proceed with his plan and the narrator turned to face Stain. Stain challenged the narrator as a fake hero and rushed forward. A blade glanced past and the narrator managed to dodge, taking only a shallow cut to the arm. The narrator fired at Stain, but Stain's speed made him difficult to land on. The narrator attempted to use earth to trap him, but Stain slipped away. The narrator then felt a sharp impact to the torso where they had already been struck and collapsed to the ground, motion growing faint. Izuku shouted for Mai. The narrator tried to reassure them but only a strained sound escaped. Stain stood over the narrator and explained that he generally avoided killing true heroes, but the narrator had been in his way. Stain then delivered a decisive, non-graphic strike to the narrator's torso that knocked the narrator unconscious. The narrator's last thought before blacking out was regret about not having told Izuku Midoriya how they felt. 4 days later, Stain had been captured and the school community was holding its breath over Mai's condition. Mai had slipped into a coma after the fight, and doctors could give no certain prognosis. Aizawa refused to accept the worst and stayed at her bedside whenever school let out, sometimes arriving early to sit vigil. The absence of Mai hung over everyone. The students' faces showed how much they missed her. All Might once substituted for Aizawa during class because Aizawa had been unable to stop the grief from overwhelming him. Present Mike and Midnight stayed close to him to offer comfort, but it did little to ease his distress. After finishing, All Might left and drove straight to the hospital to be with Mai. On the 3rd day, the students came to the hospital to keep quiet company. Even Bakugo made an appearance. They sat together mostly in silence, listening to the occasional mechanical beeps of the monitors. When most of the students left, Ida, Todoroki and Midoriya stayed behind. Ida apologized to Mai and blamed himself for what had happened. Todoroki told Ida not to lay blame on himself. Ida insisted that if he had never gone to Hosu looking for Stain, none of this would have occurred. Todoroki rejected that idea, and the 3 of them remained at Mai's side, unwilling to leave her alone. Ida blamed the agency his father ran for what had happened to her, insisting that if she had never gone there this would not have occurred. Midoriya, speaking for the first time since they had been in the room, disagreed and told them both they were wrong. He argued that it was not anyone's fault but Stain's, and that their friend would not want them blaming themselves. She would say it was Stain's fault and nothing to do with them. A little while later, Aizawa entered and informed them that visitation hours were over. Ida and Todoroki rose, but Midoriya remained seated. Aizawa knew how hard this was for Midoriya and allowed him a few extra minutes, specifying that he had 5 minutes before closing the door. Midoriya looked at Mai and sighed with visible pain at seeing her like this. He reached for the hand resting by her side and gripped it, then stood and gently moved the hair away from her face. He told her to be okay and admitted he did not know what he would do without her before releasing her hand and walking out of the room toward Aizawa. Mai, with a raspy voice, tried to reach for his hand again and whispered Izuku, but no one else heard her. Mai opened her eyes and closed them again against the bright white light. Disoriented at first, she blinked until the room resolved into the familiar features of a hospital room, and flashes of memory returned. She had been stabbed by Stain, the hero killer. Her mouth felt dry and she needed water. She sat up, feeling a sting in her abdomen that reminded her getting stabbed hurt, and swung her legs off the bed. She slipped into the oversized slippers beside the bed and headed for the bathroom. In the mirror, she found her hair a mess and her face pale. She had lost weight and felt exposed, so she wrapped her arms around herself for a moment before washing up and rinsing her mouth with mouthwash. When the hospital room door opened and shut quietly and then a knock sounded on the bathroom door, she startled and opened it to find her father standing there. He embraced her wordlessly and murmured that she was okay. She mumbled a reply and he studied her face, eyes more red and tired than usual. He asked why she was out of bed and she explained she had needed the bathroom and had not thought to call him or a doctor. He told her to lie back down. She protested in a childlike way and asked him to carry her. He refused, then sighed and lifted her from under the arms anyway, setting her gently back in bed and tucking the cover around her. He said he would fetch a doctor and left the room. Left alone with her thoughts, she worried about her classmates, Ida, Toki, Izuku, and how the rest of her classmates fared. Questions about what had happened and what she had missed crowded her mind until her father returned with a doctor. The doctor introduced himself as Dr. Yaga and explained they needed a few tests to clear her for discharge, reassuring her there was nothing to worry about. After the tests, they said she was generally fine but they wanted her to stay another night as a precaution. When the doctor left, Mai and her father were alone again. Mai asked what had happened after she had been stabbed. Her father explained that after she fainted, Ida, Todoroki, and Midoriya had subdued Stain and the pro-heroes arrived. But a Nomo had attacked and tried to get to Midoriya. Stain had intervened to protect him. Police and ambulances had brought the 4 of them to the hospital. The police had spoken to them while they were still unconscious, and the public story had been that 4 UA students had gotten into trouble with Stain but Endeavor had taken him down. No one had been named publicly as the students who had actually subdued the villain. Outside of the pro-heroes involved in the internships, the police, and her father, no one knew it had been the 4 students. He confirmed the others were in the hospital as well but only had scrapes and bruises and would be fine. They sat in silence for a few moments before Mai, trying to lift the mood, drew out a playful question about whether he had missed her. Her father replied that he had been with her the whole time. Her face brightened and she teased him about loving her. He affirmed that he did, then added, awkwardly, that otherwise she would still be at the orphanage, realizing at once that he had said too much. He asked if he had gone too far, and she accepted the apology, changing the subject with a joke and a hurried cover-up when she saw his concern. When pressed gently about other personal matters, she admitted that she liked both guys and girls and mentioned briefly that she had had a girlfriend last year who had broken up with her because other people had made fun of her for dating someone like Mai. Her father listened, and the hospital room fell quiet as they both considered everything that had happened. Mai begged him not to be mad, tears falling down her face. Her father rubbed her shoulder and told her he was not angry. She wiped her tears and asked again if he really was not mad. He explained that he only wished she had told him instead of hiding something so big from him, because he could have helped her get over the person she had been seeing. Mai tried to explain that she had wanted to tell him, but the other person had wanted to keep their relationship a secret, and that should have been the first warning sign. Her father admitted he did not know what that meant. Mai waved him off and insisted it was nothing to worry about. He told her to get some sleep and that after they had her checked out the next day, he would take her home. She said goodnight and told him she loved him. He responded with the same, leaning down to kiss her forehead before leaving her to the dark. A few days later, after the checkup, they went home. It was Friday and they did not do much. On Saturday, Shinso and her father trained together, and Mai wanted to see her friends, but Shinso suggested she surprise them at school. During a break in training, Mai remarked that Shinso's quirk was actually pretty strong. Shinso acknowledged it and mentioned people said it was good for villain work. Mai teased that it should motivate him to prove himself as a hero one day, and he reluctantly agreed, trading banter with her. She groaned and went to her room, taking Shadow the cat with her and laying her on the bed. Mai asked Shadow if she thought Mai was smart, and the cat meowed in response. Mai took that as a yes. Sunday passed slowly, and when Monday came Mai felt nervous. She stood outside the classroom, having spent the time since her father drove her to school hiding in the bathroom. Her father found her and asked why she was standing outside. Mai admitted she was too scared and nervous to go in because she had not seen her friends in a week and did not know what to expect. Her father said that whenever he saw some of their classmates they always asked about her, and he mentioned Ida, Uraraka, Todoroki and Midoriya by name, noting that Midoriya asked more than the others. Mai felt her face flush. Her father encouraged her and offered to introduce her. He opened the door and greeted the class. In unison they asked how Mai was doing and welcomed her presence. Mai walked in, joking about who had missed her and who had cried, and was quickly overcome by hugs. Ojiro rushed at her teary-eyed, and Mai returned the hug. One by one the others gave her hugs and high-fives and told her how much they had missed her and how their internships had gone. Her father watched them all with a smile. Ida stepped forward and spoke to Mai, and Mai whispered back that she was okay and that it was not Ida's fault, folding him into a tight hug. Toki stepped up next, and Mai cheerfully commented on his heterochromia as she hugged him. When he moved aside, Mai saw someone else standing there, Izuku. She greeted him warmly and wrapped her arms around him, drawing him into a hug. He was initially frozen but then returned the gesture, holding her around the waist. They stayed like that until someone cleared their throat and reminded the class that it was time to begin. Everyone returned to their seats and Mai led Izuku back to his, promising to talk more later with a wink. Their training that day was with all might. Mai had been told she did not have to participate if she felt unable to, but she did not want to be left behind and decided to join. She wore her Earth costume for the session. All Might welcomed the class back and explained the day's exercise, hero basic training in the form of a race. He instructed them to take what they had learned from their internships and apply it to rescue training. When Ida questioned whether a rescue exercise should take place at the USJ, All Might clarified that this was a race set inside Field Gamma, an area filled with factories arranged into a complex labyrinth. The students would compete in groups of 5, each starting from different locations on the outskirts of the model city. All Might would send a distress signal and the students would need to rescue him. The first team to find him would win, and he asked them to keep property damage to a minimum, directing a pointed look at Bakugo. All Might told the first group to take their positions. Mai was in the first group alongside Izuku, Ida, Ojiro and Shiro. She took her place, stretched, and when the signal began she used her quirk to generate air and propel herself toward the source, arriving first. She approached All Might and asked if she had won. All Might confirmed that she had, noting it had been barely a minute. Mai puffed up, claiming she could do it even faster, and waited for the others to arrive. Shiro came in second, and Izuku tripped and ended up face-first on the ground. Mai kneeled next to Izuku and asked if he was okay. Izuku said he was fine and congratulated her on winning. Mai insisted it was nothing to be proud of since it had only taken her a minute. Izuku and the others reacted with surprise when she mentioned her best had once been 37 seconds. All Might then addressed the students, noting that although young Aizawa may have come in first, everyone had shown incredible improvement compared to the start of the year and should keep training for the upcoming final exams. The class responded obediently, and All Might told Group 1 to leave the field and Group 2 to prepare. As the students walked back, I noticed Izuku was not behind them and guessed he was talking with All Might. They soon caught up with the rest of the group. Jiro praised Mai's speed, and Kaminari admitted he had bet on her. Jiro said she had predicted Mai's victory, and the three of them settled the bet. Kaminari reported that the wager had been 3,110 yen, roughly $20, and Mai and Jiro shook hands to split the winnings. They headed to the locker rooms. While changing, the girls heard voices from the boys' locker room and discovered a small hole in the wall where someone had been listening and making inappropriate remarks. The girls reacted to stop him, and a scream came from the boys' side. Jiro used her quirk to restrain the boy causing the disturbance, and Mai used a small burst of heat through the hole to startle him. Ashido thanked Mai and Jiro for intervening, and Yaoyorozu said they would deal with the hole. They finished changing quickly, and afterward, Mai made a point of giving the boy a harsh glare whenever she passed him. After the bell, Mai went to find her father but instead found Izuku about to knock on a door. Mai greeted him and asked what he was doing. Izuku admitted All Might had asked to speak with him and that he was nervous. Mai teased that she thought she was the one making him nervous. Izuku blushed and, flustered, admitted that she did make him nervous before hurriedly correcting himself. Mai decided not to press him further and waved goodbye as they parted. At home, Mai and her father had dinner, and Mai fed Shadow before going to her room to study for the final exams. After a couple of hours she felt tired, completed her bedtime routine, and went to her father's room to say she would sleep early. Her father asked if she was okay. Mai assured him she was just tired from studying, and they said goodnight. She returned to her room, found Shadow asleep, and fell asleep quickly herself. In class the next day, All Might reminded the students that only 1 week remained before the finals and emphasized the importance of both written and practical portions. He then closed the door, and Mai thought again how cool he was as a father. Mina and Kaminari suddenly confessed they had barely taken notes all semester, Mina laughing about it and Kaminari protesting in a panicked tone. Tokoyami observed that the class had not had much free time lately. Mineta announced he had placed 10th in the midterms, which surprised Mina and Kaminari. Mai walked over to Zuku's desk and asked him about his midterm placement. Zuku said he had been 4th, and Mai reminded him that she had been 2nd. He blushed at the reminder. Ida encouraged everyone to study so they could all attend the training camp together, and the class representative expressed hope they would make UA proud. Tokoyami remarked that it was hard to fail if one simply paid attention in class, which prompted Kaminari to complain. Mai pulled Toki to face her and warned him gently that some comments, while honest, could hurt Kaminari's feelings. Toki apologized and the others moved on. Yaomomo offered to tutor the class, and many students asked for her help with both written topics and practical skills. Jiro asked for assistance with quadratic functions, Siro begged for help with classical Japanese, and others joined in. Yaomomo happily agreed to help. Mai then asked Toki if he would study with her and tutor her. Toki noted that Mai had scored higher on the midterms, but Mai explained that she still struggled with studying and paying attention and needed his help. Toki agreed and asked where she wanted to study. Mai said she had the perfect place and asked when he would be available. Achiko suggested meeting that weekend, and Mai agreed. They arranged to meet at the train station at 1 o'clock on Saturday. Suddenly, Izuku ran out of the room with Achiko following behind him, and Mai wondered what that was about. At lunchtime, Mai and the girls were talking while Ida, Izuku, and Toki discussed the upcoming exams. Achiko then asked Mai what her type was. Mai replied that she tended to like someone a little younger, that she had never been into older guys, that looks did not matter much to her, and that freckles were especially appealing. Achiko answered that she did not have a particular type either, and that kindness was what mattered to her. The conversation continued until Monoma from Class 1B elbowed Izuku and teased that he could not miss because of his big head. Mai started to stand, her hand leaving a dark smudge on the table, but Izuku placed his hand over hers to steady her. Tension rose across the group. Monoma then mentioned that he had heard Mai and her friends had encountered the hero killer. Hearing those words caused Mai's chest to tighten and her hands to grow sweaty. The cafeteria blurred and sound fell away. An image slammed into her mind. Her mother appeared, furious and accusing, saying Mai should have died. The apparition intensified when Stain materialized beside her mother, smirking and standing with his weapons drawn in a menacing, anime-style pose. Then a chorus of classmates' voices surrounded Mai, and she recognized Izuku at the center, telling her that everyone would have been happier if she had died that night. Tears welled up, and Mai rubbed her eyes, suddenly aware of everyone staring at her, including her friends. Mai told the group she had to go and ran without knowing where she was heading. She came to a room and threw open the door, breathing uneven and shaking. Her father looked up at her in concern and immediately asked what was wrong and whether she was okay. Mai stepped back, unsure if what she had just experienced had been real. Her father softened his tone, asked her to tell him what was happening, and then guided her through a breathing exercise. He told her to focus on his breathing and to count with him. They inhaled and exhaled together as he counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As they continued, Mai's breathing steadied and the shaking subsided. Once calmer, her father asked her slowly to explain what had happened. Mai described sitting at lunch when a student from Class 1B had approached and said something that triggered her. When he asked what the student had said, Mai admitted that she did not remember everything but that she had heard the name Hero Killer. After hearing that name, she froze and saw visions, her mother blaming her, the Hero Killer standing silently with his blades as if ready to attack, and Izuku telling everyone they would be happier if Mai had died. Tears fell as she recounted the sequence, and her father pulled her into a hug and stroked her hair. Her father reassured her that what she had experienced had not been real but a powerful, internal reaction. He explained that she had experienced a panic attack, and that they could happen even if she had never had them before. He shared that he had experienced similar attacks at her age after losing a friend in a fight, and that someone named Mike had helped him through his own panic episodes. He also told her that when he had adopted Mai, thinking of her had helped him overcome those moments. He promised to be there for her if she ever had another panic attack. Mai relaxed into his embrace, expressed her love for him, and fell asleep on the couch after he kissed her on the forehead. When she woke up, she was in the same room and noticed a note on the table. The note from her father explained that class had started again, but he had not wanted to wake her, and it invited her to return to class if she felt ready. Her father left a note saying she could stay in the room and he would be back after classes. Mai put the note down and decided to head back to class. It was near the end of the school day. She grabbed a water bottle from the fridge in the common room and walked to her classroom. When she arrived, she heard Bakugo yelling, most likely at Izuku. Bakugo declared that he would not allow another half-hearted fight like the festival, warned that the upcoming finals would give individual scores and new rankings, and vowed to prove how much better he was, including a pointed remark toward Todoroki. Mai stepped inside and saw he was right. She tried to get his attention, but he ignored her and walked past. She thought his behavior rude. Achiko rushed over and asked if she was okay, saying she had been scared when Mai ran off. Mai explained she had needed to talk to her father and that she had missed class because of something important, but reassured her she was fine. Achiko expressed relief. Mai asked Ida, Toki, and Izuku if she could speak with them privately. They agreed and followed her into the hallway. Toki asked if everything was all right. Mai said she was fine but needed to explain why she had left during lunch. She recounted that a student from Class 1B had approached and used the words, "Hero Killer," which triggered a panic attack. During the attack, she thought she saw that student, Ida, Toki, and someone else talking about how she should have died that day. She explained that, because of past trauma, it had been difficult to trust people, but that having them as friends had helped. The two words had set off something in her mind, so she had run to a room where her father calmed her and she fell asleep, which was why she missed class. Ida, Toki, and Izuku insisted they would never say such a thing. Ida offered that they were there for her whenever she needed to talk. Mai thanked them and told Ida and Toki they could return to class. She hugged them and they walked back to the classroom. Izuku then asked if there was more she was not telling them. Mai hesitated and at first denied it, but Izuku pressed, saying he needed to know so he could help and that he did not want another situation like the one with Ida. After a pause, Mai agreed to send an address and meet him later so she could tell him everything. Izuku thanked her for trusting him. When Mai added that she liked him and would tell him important things because of that, she froze, realizing she had essentially confessed. She stammered that he was nice and a great friend and then excused herself to find her father, leaving in a rush. As she hurried away, she heard Izuku remark that she never called him by his first name, and the comment lingered with her. On Saturday, she waited at the train station for Toki and sat on a bench when he arrived. She had brought a blanket because she wanted to show him a quiet spot she had found. Toki asked why she had the blanket, and she explained it was for the place and then led him by the arm. They walked until they reached a clearing by a waterfall surrounded by plants and a wide patch of grass. Mai spread the blanket and they sat. Toki asked how she had found the place. Mai explained that during a severe episode of depression when she was a child, she had run away at night and wandered until she discovered the clearing. She had been about 10 years old at the time and had only found her way back home after a long time. Toki pointed out how dangerous it had been for a child to walk in the woods at night. Mai acknowledged the risk and said that Mr. Aizawa had found out the next morning, punished and scolded her, and that she would never do it again. Toki said that was good and suggested they return to studying. Mai agreed but asked to take a picture first, saying she had always wanted to hang out with friends and take photos because she had never had the chance when she was younger. Toki hesitated but then nodded and asked her not to post the picture. Mai assured him she had a plan for the photos. They finished studying around 5 in the afternoon and headed back to the station. Mai waved goodbye to Toki and boarded the train. After about half an hour she arrived at her stop and walked home. Her father should be home. She used her keys to open the door and Shadow, the family cat, ran to greet her. She bent down to pet Shadow and Shadow responded with a meow. The house was quiet until she heard voices in her father's room. She went and saw her father talking with Uncle Mike. They exchanged greetings. Mai said she was fine and then excused herself, giving a thumbs up as she left. After changing clothes, she fed Shadow and returned to her room, feeling drained from studying. That evening she prepared herself. This was the day she would tell Izuku about her mother. It took me hours of overthinking to figure out how I would word it. I decided I would tell him that I liked him. I had sent him the address that morning and it was at the beach near our houses. I walked over to the beach, scanning the sand until I found him sitting on a blanket. I sat down next to him. Izuku greeted her, sounding surprised by her presence. She responded with a shy hello and an awkward apology for reverting to his nickname. Izuku said that he liked being called Zuku and told her that before she said anything she should hear him out. He reassured her that he would always be there for her and would help in any way he could because she was his friend. Those last words cut through her until she hesitated, realizing he might only see her as a friend. She thanked him, took a deep breath, and began to tell him about the past. Mai explained that when she was 10 she had found the adoption papers her father kept, and a letter had fallen out addressed to a name she did not know. It was a cruel letter from her mother saying she did not care that she had left and hoping Mai would never find happiness. The letter blamed her quirk and suggested she was a problem who would get others killed. Mai said she had believed she did not deserve happiness after reading it, and she had ignored her father's love for a long time, which led to major depression and panic attacks. She described the night her father had broken down the bathroom door just before she could harm herself. She told him she had been hospitalized where a woman helped her through recovery. A year later she had returned home. Her father had wanted her to wait until she was 18 to read the letter but had eventually agreed they should burn it. Mai explained that she had used her control over water and fire to reduce the letter to ashes, and though losing that reminder of her mother had felt freeing, she now feared she might see her again. Zuku reacted with sympathy and asked if anyone else knew. Mai listed the people who knew: her father, Recovery Girl, All Might, Zuku, Toki, and Toki's sister. When Zuku questioned her mention of Todoroki and his sister, Mai said she had told them over dinner. She had planned to tell Todoroki eventually and had thought the sisters should know too. Zuku asked if Todoroki was her best friend. Mai confirmed that he was her boy best friend and that O was her girl best friend. Zuku admitted he had thought Mai and Todoroki were dating because they were close and had shared dinner, and Mai laughed, saying Todoroki was not her type. Zuku pressed her about what her type was, and Mai teased him about a guy she'd had her eye on, enjoying the moment. After a few wrong guesses, she revealed the hint that he was shorter than most guys in the class. When Zuku finally guessed the wrong names and then Mai abruptly revealed the truth. It was him. Mai covered her mouth in embarrassment after admitting that it was Izuku he liked. Izuku stammered in surprise, repeating that she liked him and asking if she liked him more than a friend. Mai affirmed that she did. She began to apologize and said she would leave, addressing him formally as Midoriya. Izuku stopped her by taking her hand and reminded her that he liked being called Izuku. He admitted he liked her too and had for a while. Uraraka had known before he did. Mai was stunned and asked what came next. Izuku confessed that she was his first crush. He then asked formally if Mai would go out with him, explaining he had already asked and now waited for her answer. Mai accepted, and Izuku promised to plan everything and asked if she was free the weekend after exams. Mai said she should be. She gave him a gentle kiss on the cheek and walked home feeling amazed. Exam week arrived and the stress was intense, but the upcoming date with Izuku kept her going. They had both tried not to be awkward around their friends, and so far no one had asked. After 3 days of written exams, it was time for the practical. One of the teachers announced the start of the final test and warned the students that it was possible to fail if they made careless mistakes. Mai felt a knot of nerves tighten in her stomach as everything else narrowed to the task at hand. Jiro asked why all the teachers were there. The narrator realized Principal Nizu was speaking from her father's scarf and explained that this year's tests would be completely different for various reasons. Kaminari exclaimed that they would be fighting big metal robots, and Mina brightened at the idea of fireworks and esmores. The narrator tried not to laugh as Nizu climbed down from the scarf and continued the announcement. Yaoyorozu asked if the format was changing. Nizu explained that the tests would now focus on teamwork and combat between people. Students would be paired up and would face off against one of the UA teachers. The narrator thought that facing their teachers would be very difficult. Nizu said the partners and opponents had already been chosen, determined at his discretion based on fighting style, grades, and interpersonal relationships. He then announced that Todoroki and Yaoyorozu would be a team against Aizawa, and confirmed that the narrator's earlier guess about her father was correct. Nizu announced the rest of the pairings and their opponents in order. First Sato and Kirishima vs Cementos, second Tokoyami and Azui vs Ectoplasm, third Ida and Ojiro vs Power Loader, fourth Todoroki and Yaoyorozu vs Aizawa, fifth Achiko and Aoyama vs 13, sixth Mina and Kaminari vs Principal Nizu, seventh Jiro and Koda vs Present Mike, eighth Mai and Shoji vs Snipe, ninth Siro and Mineta vs Midnight, 10th Izuku and Bakugo vs All Might. Nizu explained that the exam would last 30 minutes and that students could win by putting HNDCFFS on their teacher or by escaping the combat stage. Kaminari observed that it sounded like the earlier combat training, and Mina asked whether fleeing would be allowed. Nizu gave a positive gesture and confirmed that retreating was permitted. One of the teachers reminded the students that this would be different from their previous trainings since they would be up against people far more experienced. Jiro questioned whether the announcer was simply an announcer, and Koda tried to quiet her. Nizu advised the students to think of the teachers as villains for the purposes of the exercise. He also warned that if they were outmatched, it would be smarter to withdraw and find help, pointing out that Todoroki, Ida, Midoriya, and Mai would understand the reasoning. Ida vowed to pass the test and prove himself a hero. Nizu emphasized that the exam tested decision-making skills and anticipated that students might be tempted to flee. To balance that, the support course had prepared equipment to make movement more challenging. Present Mike revealed ultra-compressed weights designed to add about half of each student's body weight and drain their stamina. The narrator smiled at the familiar name of the inventor, Hatsum, and All Might laughed, saying the exam would be fun. All Might dramatically arrived from above and declared his presence, making it clear the students would have to work together if they wanted to win. Nizu instructed that the teams would take the practical exam in the announced order and that those waiting could watch or strategize. The teachers then dispersed to their positions and the students prepared. Shoji and the narrator worked out a strategy quickly, and the narrator then went to the monitor room to watch the other matches. Izuku, Ojiro, and Recovery Girl were already there. The narrator explained that the strategy session with Shoji had been brief but effective. Izuku noted that Aoyama was distracted, and the narrator added that Bakugo did not seem inclined to plan with him. The monitors came to life as the first match began. The announcer indicated that Sato and Kirishima were starting their practical exam against Cementos. Cementos had constructed walls as obstacles, but Kirishima and Sato kept breaking through them. Izuku and the others cheered them on, though Izuku observed that their quirks, while powerful, had limits. He pointed out that Cementos did not appear to tire, so the longer the fight continued, the greater the students' disadvantage would become. Recovery Girl advised the students to consider their compatibility with the teacher they were facing and to think carefully before their own turn. Sato and Kirishima failed to pass the exam when they reached their limits and collapsed. Recovery Girl went down to assist them. The students reacted with disbelief at how one-sided the match had felt and noted that their quirks had been ineffective against Cementos. Next, Azui and Tokoyami faced Ectoplasm. Many of Ectoplasm's clones surrounded them, but Azui and Tokoyami managed a coordinated escape that impressed those watching. Izuku whispered that the escape was a move only those two would pull off, and the narrator smiled broadly at seeing such strong communication between teammates, knowing that even small exchanges mattered in the context of a team exam. Recovery Girl entered and sat in her chair, reminding everyone that real heroes needed to communicate with anyone, not just rely on a well-matched sidekick or teammate. I explained that we had been talking about the finals and how each student was supposed to face their weaknesses. Recovery Girl confirmed that assessment. I asked what Tokoyami and Azui had to work on, admitting I was having trouble seeing how Mr. Ectoplasm's quirk was a bad matchup for them. Recovery Girl said it was not good for Tokoyami, at least, and encouraged us to keep watching. We checked the cameras and saw Tokoyami and Azui attempting to retreat while Ectoplasm kept attacking. Recovery Girl pointed out that Tokoyami was quick and could attack from afar, which let him keep his distance, but that same strength meant he was vulnerable at close range. She added that Ectoplasm's clones could appear anywhere unexpectedly. She then highlighted Azui's role. While Azui had no clear weaknesses and could provide strong support, her level-headedness and emotional steadiness were the key to helping them pass. A huge clone suddenly emerged and blocked their path, trapping Tsu and Tokoyami. Dark Shadow and Ectoplasm were now engaged in a fast-paced struggle. After a while, Tokoyami recalled Dark Shadow before he became further entangled with Ectoplasm, but then Tokoyami leapt and kicked to regain control. I noticed HNDCFFS on Ectoplasm's leg. Tokoyami and Azui had managed to cuff him. I reacted with excitement as I realized they had passed by working together. Dark Shadow and Frog had formed an unexpected but effective team. Recovery Girl confirmed that Team Azui and Tokoyami had passed the final. The running tally of the final so far was straightforward. Sato and Kirishima had failed, Azui and Tokoyami had passed, Ojiro and Ida had passed, and Todoroki and Yaoyorozu were still undetermined. It was now Todoroki and Yaoyorozu's turn. I was not nervous. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu were both exceptionally smart and strong, but I noticed Yaoyorozu appeared almost afraid and nervous, a look she sometimes wore during combat training. I wondered if she was all right. The practical exam began for Todoroki and Yaoyorozu. They ran, stopped, and ran again as Yaoyorozu repeatedly used her quirk to test the area and anticipate where their opponent might appear. When they paused to strategize, their opponent dropped in front of Todoroki. Despite the interruption, Yaoyorozu managed to overcome her nervousness. They captured their target, and they passed. Next were Aoyama and Achiko. I hugged Aoyama and told her I knew she would do amazing. She asked me how she had been, and I reassured her that there was no need for awkwardness. Whatever happened next week, we would still be friends. Aoyama acknowledged this and left for her exam. By the end of those rounds, the updated results were clear. Sato and Kirishima had failed, Azui and Tokoyami had passed, Ojiro and Ida had passed, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu had passed, Achiko and Aoyama had passed, Ashido and Kaminari had failed, Koda and Jiro had passed, and Shoji and Mai were still undetermined. Shoji and I faced Snipe. At the start, Snipe kept firing, preventing us from acting. Shoji warned that we would be trapped forever if we did not move. He noted Snipe was only one person, but escaping would be a formidable task. I proposed building a wall to block Snipe's line of fire while Shoji watched for any approach. The plan was interrupted when smoke filled the area, intended to blind us. Shoji observed that the smoke would affect Snipe's vision as well. I suggested using air to clear a path to the exit as our only chance to pass. Shoji agreed to keep watch. I created a narrow path through the smoke so we could move quietly toward the exit. Suddenly a wall broke apart. Shoji moved quickly, lifting me and carrying me behind cover before setting me down safely. He cleared some smoke while I readied myself to act as a distraction. Shoji then used air to lift himself and approach from behind Snipe. As the bullets whizzed by, I moved in and secured HAFFS on Snipe's raised arm before he could react. We both managed to subdue him and were declared to have passed the exam. Shoji credited our teamwork for the result. I credited his courage for taking the lead. We walked back to the monitor room, where Zuku, Ida, Tsu, and Yaoyorozu were watching. Zuku quietly praised us, and I replied that his words meant a lot. He smiled. The finals list stood as follows. Sato and Kirishima had failed, Azui and Tokoyami had passed, Ojiro and Ida had passed, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu had passed, Achiko and Aoyama had passed, Ashido and Kaminari had failed, Koda and Jiro had passed, Shoji and Mai had passed, Siro and Mineta had a mixed result of fail and pass, and Midoriya and Bakugo were still undetermined. It was Zuku's and Bakugo's turn to face All Might in the practical exam. I felt nervous and scared for Zuku not because I doubted his abilities, but because I did not want him to get hurt and I worried about how Bakugo might react under pressure. I gave Zuku a simple encouragement to do his best and wished him luck. He thanked me before heading into the exam room. Team Midoriya and Bakugo were up for the practical exam. The starting signal sounded. When the exercise began, Bakugo walked ahead of Zuku and ignored him until Zuku tried to speak. The narrator could not hear their words, but Bakugo's expression suggested what was happening. Then Bakugo shoved Zuku, sending him stumbling backward. A commentator noted aloud that there was no teamwork between the two and urged them to notice the trail ahead. The two continued arguing until a gust of wind pushed them back. The narrator recognized the source of the wind as All Might. The struggle unfolded with Bakugo and All Might at odds while Zuku looked ready to flee. The narrator urged them to talk to one another while watching the cameras. All Might had pinned Zuku to the ground, and before All Might could strike Bakugo, Zuku broke free and intercepted, punching Bakugo and creating an opening. Zuku then grabbed Bakugo and ran away from All Might. After hiding for a time, they encountered All Might again and fought long enough to slow him, then escaped once more. They ran until All Might caught up and moved between them. Before Bakugo could use his gauntlet, All Might struck it forcefully, smashing it to pieces. All Might followed by striking Zuku, and the skirmish continued. Ida, Yamamo, and the narrator watched in disbelief, wondering if the weights were even affecting All Might. As All Might had Bakugo down and through Zuku, Bakugo detonated a large explosion with his quirk. Smoke filled the area and obscured the cameras. When the smoke cleared, Zuku was airborne, apparently propelled toward the exit by Bakugo. All Might's body collided with Zuku before he could reach the exit, sending Zuku into a nearby bus. The fight resumed. All Might slammed Bakugo headfirst to the ground, but Bakugo kept struggling so that Zuku could reach the exit. Zuku did not immediately follow the plan. He punched All Might and then seized Bakugo, making a final run for the exit. The narrator erupted with joy and clapped, celebrating that both had passed. A proctor announced that Team Midoriya and Bakugo had passed the practicals and that all matches for the practical portion of Class 1 as final had been completed. Afterward, Zuku and Bakugo were taken to the nurse's office. Bakugo remained unconscious. The narrator had intended to visit them both but was prevented by his father. The next day in class, Zuku was recovered. Mina grew tearful as she expressed how much she looked forward to hearing everyone's camp stories. Zuku tried to reassure her with a hopeful remark, and Siro put a hand on Zuku's shoulder. The narrator smirked and teased that speaking about it might jinx things. Kaminari poked Zuku at the eyes and complained loudly about the possibility of having to skip camp for failing the practical. Others interjected. Bakugo's absence from the conversation drew a remark from Kirishima about him being annoying, and Toki excused herself because she visited her mother on days off. Mineta suggested night vision goggles, and several students proposed shopping together. The door slammed open and the homeroom teacher reminded the class to be in their seats when the bell rang. The proctor entered and announced that a few students had not passed the final exams, but announced that everyone would attend the training camp in the woods. The narrator and classmates reacted with surprise and relief. The proctor explained that, for the practical battles, teachers had provided opportunities for students to win in order to observe how they worked together and approach challenges. He admitted that the earlier statement about teachers not holding back had been intended to provoke the students, but emphasized that those who failed the practicals would receive additional, stricter lessons during camp rather than being separated from the class. Later, the narrator, Izuku, Ida, and Kaminari examined the camp brochure. Ida noted that the camp would last a full week. Izuku fretted about packing, and Kaminari realized he needed a swimsuit. The narrator teased he probably would not need one, while Mineta enthusiastically suggested more gear. The group agreed to go shopping together the next day, excited at the idea of spending time as a class. The following day they were at the mall. Ashido gushed about the variety of cool stores in the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall. Izuku muttered observations as usual, and Tokoyami told him to stop scaring children. The narrator laughed. A bystander pointed out that they were UA students and called out Class 1A. The group prepared to respond and head into the crowd. They all cheered that they had seen them on TV and agreed the sports festival had been so good. Oh laughed that she couldn't believe everyone still remembered. A person in the crowd called out their affection for Aizawa, and Mai laughed and waved. Izuku turned away from Mai to speak with Ida. Ida told Kaminari that the guide had said shoes should already be broken in and wondered aloud about factoring utility into the decision. Kirishima suggested they split up to look around and meet back later, and Mina enthusiastically agreed. They decided to reconvene around 3, and everyone went their separate ways except Mai and Izuku. Izuku asked what Mai planned to shop for. Mai said she wanted a few heavier wrist weights to up her training. Izuku said he mostly needed bug spray and summer clothes. He asked if she wanted to shop together. Mai's face went red, she felt flustered and laughed awkwardly. She explained that her summer clothes were a different style and she didn't think he would be interested, then hurried away. She hadn't meant for it to feel like a date that was supposed to be next week, and she was nervous about being alone with him. Finished her shopping early and headed back to the meeting spot, but instead of classmates she found Izuku with a person gripping his neck and Izuku struggling. Mai moved closer and realized the man was Shigaraki. She ordered Shigaraki to let go in a calm voice, though anger burned inside her. Shigaraki dismissed her, insisting everything was fine and telling her to stay back. Mai did not believe him. Shigaraki released Izuku, who began to cough. Shigaraki walked away as if nothing had happened. Mai sat where the stranger had been and rubbed Zuku's back to steady him. As Shigaraki stopped and turned back, he asked what All for One was after and offered a dark piece of advice. Be careful, because next time they met he would not hold back. He finished by saying he would see Aizawa soon, then melted into the crowd. Mai asked Izuku if he was okay. Izuku said he was fine and reminded her he needed to report the incident. Mai remembered Shigaraki from before and told Izuku she would report him immediately. After Mai reported Shigaraki's appearance, the mall closed temporarily. Police and heroes searched the area but found no trace of Shigaraki. Izuku had to go to the police station to answer questions, and the students were sent home. Mai's father picked her up after the police contacted him to say she had been involved. At home, Mai's father asked her to recount what had happened. Mai explained that, while returning to meet the others, she had seen Shigaraki holding Izuku by the neck. When she approached, Shigaraki left and she had reported it to the police. Her father asked if she had been hurt. She said she was fine. Mai admitted that she had felt a fierce anger she had never felt before and that she had wanted to hurt Shigaraki for what he had done to her father. Her father reassured her that such anger was a normal response and that he felt angry, too, about what she and Midoriya had gone through, but that they were all right now and that was what mattered. They exchanged words of affection, and Mai went to bed hoping Izuku was feeling better. Summer break finally began, and Mai fretted over her upcoming date with Izuku, picking out clothes a week in advance. She told Izuku to meet her at the beach at 2, but by 3:30 he still had not arrived. Mai worried she had done something wrong and felt close to tears. She stayed longer because the calm of the beach helped after she had cried. O called and invited Mai to hang out with her and the other girls from class. Mai agreed, wanting to get her mind off Zuku. At their meeting, Yaoyorozu announced that she had received an invitation to the Eye Expo with 2+1s and asked if anyone wanted to go. Everyone raised their hands, and they decided the 2 guests would be chosen by rock, paper, scissors. Oh, and Jiro won, and the group was excited. They all arrived at the Eye Expo and changed into their hero costumes. It was hot, so Mai wore her fire costume. As they looked around before the public opening, Mai saw Zuku with another person and realized this was why he had stood her up. The girls walked over to Zuku to talk with him. O observed that it looked like Zuku was having fun. Zuku greeted Uraraka and Mai with surprise at their presence. Yaoyorozu cleared her throat and told Zuku he appeared to be enjoying himself. Jiro added that she heard everything. The girl standing next to Zuku, older looking and very pretty, asked if these were his friends. Zuku introduced them as his classmates and explained he had not told them he would be at the expo, then introduced the girl as Melissa, who had been showing him around. Melissa began to mention her family connections but was interrupted when Zuku waved energetically and drew her attention away. They finally came back up to the stands. Melissa suggested that they all grab some tea at the nearby cafe. Mai agreed. They left and walked toward the cafe while Mai hung back at the rear because she did not want to deal with Midoriya right then. She had come to clear her head, and he had shown up with an older girl. Midoriya asked if Mai was okay. Mai said she was fine and then, getting angry, asked why he had not told her he was coming since she had been waiting and wondered if he had forgotten. Midoriya apologized and explained that he could not say because of safety reasons and that he had not meant to make her wait. Mai snapped that she did not need to know his whereabouts, only whether he would be there, and that he could have sent a quick message if he needed to leave. Midoriya started to correct her about how she referred to him, but Mai cut him off, saying she was over it and they should just enjoy the expo. She walked away to join Achiko. They sat outside the cafe and talked about school and the things they'd done during their first semester. Achiko said that she had done normal training and a few patrols. Momo explained that she had helped with a hostage case in an evaluation capacity. One person mentioned taking down some villains with Endeavor's help, and others found that impressive. Momo added that she had somehow ended up in a TV commercial for hair products, which everyone thought sounded like an interesting experience. Mai said they were thinking about checking out the pavilion where the Academy's exhibit would be the next day. Achiko said she was really excited. Mai noted that she recognized a familiar voice, and they all turned when Midoriya called out to Kaminari. Achiko asked if it was Mineta, and Jiro asked what the two were doing there. Kaminari and Mineta ran over to the table. Mineta explained that they had applied to be extra wait staff because it came with a free trip to the island. He added that they could explore the expo on breaks and make some money from the job, and he joked that he hoped to meet someone he admired, then froze when he saw Melissa. Mai thought she understood that he was smitten, and she did not begrudge him. Melissa really was striking. When Mai confirmed that the newcomers were classmates, Kaminari and Mineta agreed. A few others pointed out that they were basically pros. Ida joined the conversation and explained that his family's long line of heroes made it natural that he had an invitation to the expo. His family was busy, so he had come alone. Another student said that their invitation came because a parent was a shareholder in one of the expo sponsor companies and that it was fun to get a preview. Mai admitted that she had a +1 but had given it to a random person when the person she had intended to ask showed up. She regretted not keeping it for one of the girls. Mai's words made the person she had been talking about hang his head lower. Achiko mentioned that the other girls were at the expo but could not visit the preview, and she said they were planning to look around together once the expo opened to the public tomorrow. Midoriya offered to show the girls the sights, and when he confirmed he had time, everyone got excited and begged to be taken along. Suddenly everything shook. An announcer called out clearance times as a smoke effect cleared to reveal Kirishima on the obstacle course. Bakugo then introduced the next challenger. Bakugo launched himself into the air with his quirk and beat all the training robots in a blur of speed. The announcer proclaimed an impressive time, and the crowd cheered. Bakugo scanned the stands, saw Midoriya, and then leaped up to the railing to confront him. He shouted at Midoriya, demanding to know what he was doing there, and Midoriya tried to calm him. Ida stepped between them and told Bakugo to behave. Melissa asked why Bakugo was so angry, and Jiro said that was just who he was. Achiko added that Bakugo and Midoriya were longtime rivals. Kirishima explained that he had just tagged along with Bakugo, who had been invited for placing second at the UA Sports Festival. The group teased each other about whether they would try the villain course. Bakugo taunted that no one could beat his score. Mai said she was thinking about attempting it, and Bakugo barked that she should hurry up and get the run over with. The tension had the familiar edge of friendly competition. Later, Midoriya completed the course in 16 seconds and placed second behind Bakugo. Mai followed Achiko and Ida to join Midoriya afterward. Ida praised Midoriya for the strong showing. Midoriya admitted he had not expected to come so close to Bakugo's time. Bakugo shouted that he would run again and top that time, but the ground shook and a huge ice wall rose as Todoroki took the course, jumping to the top of the pack. Mai cheered from the stands. Midoriya noted that Todoroki was there as well, and Melissa asked if he was another student from UA. Mai said Todoroki was her best friend and very strong. Momo complimented how impressive their class was and how they were all going to be great heroes. Bakugo barreled back toward the course and demanded that Todoroki get out of his way, then began to argue loudly. The announcer tried to remind everyone that the next competitor was waiting, but Bakugo snapped that he was going again. Ida sprinted forward to restore order while an organizer called for calm. Bakugo shouted that they were going to make the world think UA was full of degenerates. Kirishima, Midoriya, and the narrator jumped down from the stands and Kirishima held Bakugo back while Ida and Kirishima tried to calm him. The narrator walked over to Toki and told him they had not known he was coming. Toki said the same in return. The narrator explained that because she had won the sports festival, she had been invited. Toki said his father had been invited but he was representing him. The narrator added that her +1 had not shown up when she tried to give them the ticket, so she had sold it. Toki acknowledged this, and the narrator suggested they head off and said she would see him later. Toki promised they would see each other, and the narrator told him to have fun and hugged him briefly before returning to the girls, noting the sadness on Midoriya's face. They lingered a little longer before deciding to return to the cafe where Kaminari and Mineta were on shift. The event announcer had said the expo preview would be closing at 6 and wished everyone an enjoyable night. At the cafe, Kaminari and Mineta sat by the door looking exhausted. Ida presented them with 2 tickets, explaining they were invitations to the big expo reception that evening. Mineta asked what they were, and Ida said they were invitations to the reception. Jiro explained that Melissa had taken pity on them and had a few extras, offering the tickets. Kaminari and Mineta reacted with tears and a group hug, jubilant and grateful. They declared that a beautiful angle had rewarded them for their hard work. Ida reminded everyone that several pro heroes would be attending the party and stressed the importance of not tarnishing UA's reputation, clearly thinking about Bakugo. He instructed everyone to change into formal clothes and meet in Lobby 7 of the Central Tower at 6:30 p.m. sharp, forbidding tardiness and saying he would contact Bakugo. He asked the narrator, Mai, to contact Todoroki. The narrator agreed, and Ida dismissed them. Midoriya observed that Ida always moved at full speed, and they walked back to the hotel. O waved to Melissa and Midoriya, and they said goodbye. The narrator called Toki to confirm he would attend, and then began getting ready. After trying on a couple of dresses, she chose one and decided not to wear the choker. She styled her hair in her usual way but made it look more polished. Running late, she hurried to the meeting and hoped Ida would not be too angry. When she entered the lobby, most of the boys were already there except Kirishima and Bakugo. The narrator apologized for being late and explained that it had taken a while to get ready. Kaminari and Mineta declared it the best night ever. Oh, Jiro and Yaoyorozu arrived next. Oh explained Jiro was feeling shy. Yaoyorozu commented that the formal attire felt fancier than anything she had worn and almost like a costume. Kaminari and Mineta joked that at least the jacket could not ruin the look, and Jiro responded with mock annoyance. The narrator walked over to Toki and asked if she looked weird because it was her first time wearing formal clothes. Toki complimented the dress and asked if she had customized it. The narrator confirmed she had and felt glad it fit well. The narrator intended to call Achiko over but found her talking to Midoriya. Midoriya, however, was staring at the narrator. When the narrator caught him, he quickly looked away, blushing with a disappointed expression. The narrator thought that Midoriya would have spoken if he had not been avoiding her. The door opened again and Melissa arrived, looking very pretty. Kaminari and Mineta reacted emotionally to her appearance. Melissa suggested they head downstairs to the party. Bakugo and Kirishima still had not arrived, and Ida attempted to contact them. He reported that neither of them was picking up their phones and guessed they might be skipping the party. Suddenly, an announcement alerted everyone that a bomb had been reported on the island, and the venue went into lockdown. Toki tried to use his phone but found no signal. Others also reported no service and discovered the elevators were not working. People questioned what was happening. Melissa remarked that the high alert was unusual for an explosives report and did not match standard protocol. Ida suggested they go to the party area because they might find All Might there. The narrator expressed relief at the possibility that All might be present. Melissa proposed using the emergency stairs to get closer to the party, and the group decided to follow her lead. They followed Melissa until they reached a vantage point from which they could see the party below. Midoriya used his phone light to signal All Might, and Jiro deployed her earphone jacks to establish a connection so All Might could hear them. Midoriya confirmed that All Might knew they were there and asked Jiro if her jack was in place. She replied that it was ready. Jiro then released the connection and told Midoriya that the situation was bad. The narrator moved to brief the others. Jiro relayed All Might's instructions. Ida stated that All Might's orders were clear and that they were his students, so they should follow his instructions and evacuate. Acting against his will would be wrong. Yaoyorozu agreed, pointing out that they were still students without hero licenses and could not confront those villains. Kaminari suggested getting out and informing the pro-heroes outside, but the group recognized that escape would not be easy. Melissa explained that the security system at the facility matched Tartarus Prison, where the most dangerous criminals were held. Kaminari said the only option seemed to be to sit and wait until it was over. Jiro asked if Kaminari was really okay with that. Kaminari replied that what choice did they have? Jiro then suggested that they should at least try to stop them. They fell silent, weighing their limited options. Midoriya said he wanted to help. Achiko asked if he really meant it. Mineta shouted that Midoriya should have learned from the USJ incident. Midoriya insisted this situation was different and that they did not have to fight the villains. They only needed to find a way to rescue All Might and everyone at the party without confronting the attackers. Mineta warned that it would not be that simple. Midoriya acknowledged that but still wanted to try, saying they could plan the best course of action, prevent the criminals from winning, and save everyone. Mineta asked if he was sure. Midoriya explained that he knew where the security system was on the top floor of the tower, and that if the criminals had taken control, the authentication locks and passwords were probably disabled, but they should be able to restart the system themselves. They just had to reach it. Melissa explained that they needed to stay off the villains' radar until they could reach the top floor. If they did that, the whole island could be safe again. Jiro asked how they were supposed to stay low for so long. Melissa observed that the security system had not discovered them yet, which meant the villains probably did not understand it well. She proposed that they avoid fighting anyone and try to get the place back to normal. Kaminari asked Jiro what he thought. Jiro agreed and nodded. Mineta began to panic and warned that many enemies were likely gathered on the top floor. Melissa replied that if they moved quickly they might avoid a fight. Once the security system returned to normal, All Might and the others would be released and would immediately stop the villains. She said she was certain of it. O rallied the group to act. A few voices called Uraraka's name. Uraraka said she did not want to sit around feeling helpless if there was something they could try, and that what mattered was helping people even if they were not yet real heroes. Another student echoed that sentiment, saying they would follow their hearts and save the island. The group responded with agreement. Toki told Midoriya she would go with him. Jiro confirmed that he was in. Someone called Todoroki's name, and Kyoka received thanks for her support. Ida agreed to join on the condition that they stopped the moment anyone thought they had gone too far. Others accepted that condition. Yaoyorozu and Kaminari volunteered as well. After some hesitation, Mineta agreed to go, loud and anxious, and the group thanked and encouraged him. Someone asked Melissa to wait downstairs for them, but she insisted on going along. A teammate warned that, without a quirk, she would be in danger. She was quirkless, which gave them all a moment of hesitation. That surprised Mai. She had not seen that coming. She asked whether any of them knew how to change the island's security system. A student from the academy offered their help and identified themselves as useful. Mai hesitated, then said she might get in the way until they reached the top floor but insisted on helping because people were in danger. Ida agreed to let the student come along. The group fell silent for a moment before Midoriya asked if Mai was coming. Mai stated that of course she was and that she would always follow Midoriya, even when upset, and that she would stand by him to fight or rescue. Midoriya affirmed that they would save everyone. Mai and the others returned to the hallway overlooking the party. Midoriya signaled All Might that they were not leaving, and All Might acknowledged the gesture. Ida urged them onward, and the group started running toward the emergency stairs for what promised to be a long climb. They ran until they reached the 30th level. Ida paused to catch his breath and remarked on the floor number. Midoriya asked how high it went, and Melissa answered that it reached the 200th floor. Kaminari reacted with disbelief, and Mineta complained about the number of stairs but admitted it was better than running into villains. Achiko used her quirk on Mai, making her feel much lighter and able to run more easily. Higher up, Ida stopped abruptly to report that the route was blocked. Toki suggested breaking through, but Mai warned that attempting that would likely alert the villains due to the high security. Mineta then found a door and reached for the handle despite Melissa's warning, and the door opened. Melissa urged them to run, and they started down another corridor. Toki asked about another way up, and Mai said there should be an emergency staircase at the other end of the hallway. Ida urged them to hurry, but their path was suddenly blocked by closing gates, including gates behind them. Ida called out for Mai to act, and Mai used her metal bending ability to hold a gate open, allowing Ida to pass through. A crash sounded behind them, and Mai motioned for everyone to hurry across. She let the others go first, then released her quirk and followed Ida through. Midoriya asked what the area was, and Mai explained that it was a plant factory where researchers studied the effects of quirks on fauna. Jiro signaled to the group that an elevator was coming up. Someone suggested that the villains might have found them, and Jiro recommended hiding and letting the elevator pass. They hid behind a bush until the elevator moved on. Kaminari wondered aloud whether they could use the elevator to reach the top once it was clear, but Melissa explained that only authorized personnel could operate the controls and that the elevator was built like a bomb shelter, so they could not break in. Mineta grumbled about not being able to take the easy route. The elevator dinged, and someone noted the clothing of the people emerging from it. They were definitely the villains from the party, Achiko realized, and her warning reached the group even when the narrator could barely make out the voices. Someone warned that the villains were after them, and another ordered everyone to stay quiet. One of the villains taunted them, calling them stupid kids, and panic surged through the narrator. Bakugo answered the taunt with a challenge, and relief washed over the narrator when Bakugo and Kirishima appeared in view. The villains demanded to know what Bakugo and Kirishima were doing there, and Bakugo answered with the same blunt edge he always did. Kirishima quickly tried to defuse the situation, saying they had gotten lost looking for a reception and asked for directions. Mineta wondered aloud how anyone could have reached the 80th floor while searching for the event. A villain threatened them if they lied. Bakugo shouted a warning to watch out. Midoriya responded by leaping up from a bush, and the narrator rose as well, creating an ice barrier with Toki's help to protect Kirishima. Kirishima recognized Mai and Todoroki as the ice began to crack. The trio decided that the three of them could keep the villains occupied below while the others tried to reach the top. Kirishima urged Mai to go with the group. Mai insisted on helping instead, but Toki urged them to leave, and the narrator and the others were lifted on ice to safety. Toki promised to follow after dealing with the confrontation, Yaoyorozu pledged to help, and the narrator shouted that they had better follow through. They reached a walkway, jumped from the ice onto it, and began running. Ida forced open a blocked door but stopped at a gate a short distance ahead. Ida noted another route ahead was blocked, and the group felt trapped like helpless mice in a fancy cage. They agreed they needed a plan. Midoriya pointed to a small vent near the ceiling, and Melissa said it led under the maintenance room for the sunlight system. Ida suggested there was probably an emergency ladder in that room, but it would require a manual release. Yaomomo offered a possibility and used her quirk to create something she threw toward the vent to open it. She explained that someone could crawl through the vent to reach the exterior wall and gain access to the maintenance room, and the group searched for who could fit through such a cramped space and then climb the outer wall without falling. I pointed out that they would need a very small person, and all eyes turned to Mineta. He protested, but the group urged him on, promising recognition if he succeeded. Achiko, Jiro, and the narrator joined in encouragement. After some hesitation, Mineta agreed. After a while, Mineta managed to lower the ladder for them. The group climbed up, and Mineta climbed out to cheers from Melissa, who praised him as a capable student hero. Kaminari placed a hand on the narrator's shoulder to stop a teasing remark and suggested letting Mineta have his moment. The narrator relented. They continued running. Whenever they passed a camera, Jiro used her equipment to smash it. After crossing the 100th floor, Kaminari observed that the path had been cleared since they'd passed that point, and the narrator wondered whether they had lost their pursuers. I doubted it. Yaomomo suggested it was possible the villains were leading them somewhere, but they were almost at the top floor, so they pushed on. On the 130th floor, their path was blocked by security robots. They watched from cover as the robots stood sentry. Ida reasoned that the villains had escalated from blocking them to attempting to capture them. Perhaps the villains had realized they were academy students. Yaomomo proposed they show what they could do and prepared a makeshift blanket to conceal their movements. They set Plan A in motion. Ida used his quirk to spin Kaminari and throw him into the air so Kaminari could use his power against the robots while they moved under the blanket. When the initial attempt failed, the group pushed Kaminari to unleash more power. He overloaded, and the sudden surge left him disoriented and temporarily out of it. Jiro warned that such a move could leave him incapacitated. The robots momentarily stopped, but then reactivated and managed to capture Kaminari amid the chaos. The robots started advancing on the rest of the group. Yaomomo deployed devices that emitted smoke and could jam the robots' communications, and she produced more to throw at them. The narrator used air currents to lift some of the devices into the back lines of robots and drop them, while Mineta tossed sticky ball that interfered with the robots' movement and halted many of them. The jamming worked, but some robots began to leap over the immobilized ones. The students seized their chance. Mai and Midoriya moved forward, and the narrator ran at the robots, using gliding air to dodge and applying water to slow and impede the attackers. Midoriya used his quirk to blast several robots away, and Ida rushed to catch Kaminari as he fell, trying to pull him to safety. The group kept pressing forward while coordinating their efforts to stop the remaining sentries. A short pause followed as they regrouped and prepared for the next advance. I complained that I was fine as I caught up with them and asked how he had used his power without breaking his arm. He explained that Melissa had made a device that helped him use his power safely. I acknowledged Melissa and turned back to look ahead. Jiro was using her jack to scan for information about the enemy and their plans. Jiro reported that there were many security machines on the floor below. When Ida asked if there were any sounds above, Jiro said it should be clear. We kept running and reached the 138th floor but were stopped again by robots. Ida wondered if it was a trap. I suggested breaking through, but Ida warned that we could not damage the servers because that might affect the island's security. More robots dropped down from above. Mineta asked how many there were. I said we could handle the machines while protecting the servers. Ida instructed Midoriya and Mai to go and put Kaminari down on the floor. He told us to take Melissa and try to find a different route. We agreed and ran in the opposite direction with Midoriya ahead. He froze when a rumble came from the wall beside us. I grabbed his arm and pulled him, reminding him that we could not stop because the others' efforts would be wasted if we all got caught. Someone called for everyone to be safe as we ran. We reached a place I did not recognize. I asked what it was and was told it was the wind power generator. They explained that the tower probably held more robots waiting to ambush us, but that if we climbed to the top from there we could avoid them through an emergency exit. Climbing all the way up sounded risky, but one of us said they could use air to lift us. They instructed everyone to hold on to each other so they could send 2 people up together before sending themselves. I noticed, briefly and unexpectedly, a pang of jealousy at the way one girl held on to another, but I pushed it aside. They used air to lift 2 people, but more robots appeared. Midoriya shouted for Mai. Melissa urged Mai to release and get out of there, but Mai insisted she could not let them go or they would never reach the top. Aizawa and others pleaded with her not to risk herself. One of my hands flared with fire while the other kept lifting people. I was about to attack the robots when Bakugo acted first and struck at them. Other robots became trapped in ice, and Toki arrived to help. Toki asked Mai if she was okay, and Mai answered that she was fine and thanked Toki. Mai explained that she had used air to lift Midoriya and Melissa to the top and that they should be almost there. Toki praised the work and encouraged everyone to keep fighting. I ignited fire in my hands and began hurling fireballs at the robots, causing dramatic, anime-style explosions that disabled them without any graphic harm. Bakugo shouted that no one was in charge, and the exchange between him and others remained heated but focused. Then Midoriya crashed through a wall of the tower, having forced his way in. We kept fighting the robots until everything suddenly stopped. I wondered aloud if the people above had made it. An announcement informed us that the island's security system had returned to normal mode. The robots resumed ordinary behavior and began to disperse as if nothing had happened. I looked up and saw activity at the top of the tower where the helicopters were. I thought Toki pointed out that Midoriya was fighting up there. A helicopter began to fly away, and I saw someone running toward it. I called out when I realized it was Izuku. I used air to lift myself up and landed near Melissa. I checked that she was okay and learned that Midoriya was hurt but still trying to be a hero. I insisted that he already was a hero and that I should help. I saw him almost lose his footing but grabbed him with air to hold him in place. He looked down at me in surprise before returning to his task, reassured that I would catch him if he fell. He later slipped again, and I stopped his fall with air and brought him down safely. Once he was on solid ground, I ran to him, grabbed his shoulders to check for injuries, and asked if he was hurt. He rose and shouted that we must not let them take the professor. Overcome with emotion, Izuku cried, and I pulled him into a supportive hug as he leaned on my shoulder. All Might then appeared, telling the young hero not to lose that smile before flying into the air. I helped Izuku up with his arm over my shoulder and noted that All Might was free. Suddenly the helicopter exploded and All Might returned to the ground carrying someone. Melissa ran to a man she called Papa, and he greeted her warmly and reassured her that everything would be okay. Izuku smiled at me and I smiled back. Melissa's father apologized and then an explosion sent All Might hurtling away while Melissa's father was taken. I heard someone report that All Might's quirk was failing and that his strength was not what it once had been. I suspected the report came from the main villain. I demanded to know who Sam was and why he had that information, and someone said the villain was using the professor's device. All Might leapt to confront the villain without hesitation. He struck with a powerful move, declaring his intent to stop the enemy, but his punch was blocked. The tower began to shake and fragments flew off as the villain, grinning, bragged about the power of the device and how it was enhancing his quirk. He reveled in the sensation and vowed never to remove the device, while others expressed disgust and surprise that someone had built something so dangerous. The villain muttered that he now knew how to increase the device's value, and the battle continued with everyone pushing themselves to stop him. The villain declared that he could charge whatever he wanted if the weapon had been used to kill the world's #1 hero. He sent metal walls at All Might, and All Might blocked and shattered them. A chunk of the floor gave way and Melissa nearly fell, but Izuku caught her in time. As the villain sent more floating metal toward All Might, the narrator froze several pieces before they could strike. Toki arrived and helped freeze others. Bakugo shouted and launched explosions at the villain while also intercepting some incoming blasts. Toki told All Might that he and the others would do what they could and moved to stand beside the narrator. The narrator called for Todoroki and the others and then urged Ida to help knock the chunks of metal out of the sky. Realizing metal bending could be used, the narrator willed the floating pieces aside. Ida and Kirishima broke some into smaller fragments. The narrator also shifted metal away from where the villain aimed at All Might. All Might threw a huge punch that sent a gale over everyone. Before he could reach the villain, something held him back. Everyone heard All Might scream. Izuku shouted for All Might and then collapsed. Pieces of metal struck All Might and pinned him, the debris creating a dangerous barrier around him. A flash of green streaked through the air and struck the entangling metal, shattering it into fragments. Smoke and dust filled the area, hiding the scene for a few heartbeats. When the air cleared, All Might and Izuku were running toward the villain again. The narrator formed a wall of metal to shield All Might and Izuku from the remaining debris while Toki created a layer of ice as additional protection. The effort pushed the narrator past their limit. They grew dizzy, their arms dropping to their sides. The narrator whispered to Toki that they had gone beyond their limit. Toki caught them just before they fainted, and then the world went black. The narrator thought to themselves that they was counting on everyone to be heroes and worried about what their father would think of using their quirk without a license and fainting from overexertion. They hoped everyone would be okay. Zuku's POV. They had won. Izuku and Melissa were talking about breaking the glove she had made when Uraraka called for Deku and Melissa. Ida asked how the others were. Izuku told them that they were fine up on the platform and that All Might and the professor were okay. He looked over the group and saw no serious injuries among them, but then realized Mai was not there. Izuku ran back down. Todoroki was holding Mai, who was unconscious. Izuku moved her hair away from her face and asked what had happened. Todoroki explained that Mai had pushed herself far beyond her limit and fainted, her pulse low. They needed to get her to the hospital. Izuku scooped Mai into his arms and started back toward the ground floor, telling her she would be okay. He apologized quietly for not telling her he was coming and hoped she could forgive him and give him another chance. Mai's eyes fluttered open slightly. She told Izuku that she forgave him and that she would always be by his side, then closed her eyes again.